This episode of the Grand Rising Show was brought to you by Autochthonous Assembly, where the real work gets done. Autochthonous Assembly is a gathering of the minds that do the work. Now, for many of our first-time subscribers and first-time visitors, you may be wondering who Autochthonous Assembly are. You can find this information about our mission statement and our core values on the website at autochthonousassembly.com/about. We are a nonprofit organization dedicated to raising up Indigenous American voices by using genealogy, also known as family history, or your family tree, which is the study of families and the tracing of their lineages and history. Genealogists use oral interviews, historical records, genetic analysis, and other records to obtain information about a family and to demonstrate kinship and pedigrees of its members. Our core values are the foundation of our company, which is essential to our success and serve as a lens through which we evaluate every business decision. Those core values are, but are not limited to, integrity, which is knowing and doing what is right; respect, which is treating others the way you want to be treated; responsibility, which is embracing opportunities to contribute; and servant leadership, which is serving the common good. Now, at Autochthonous Assembly, we have a couple of goals here. And our first goal and foremost of the reason why we do everything that we do is to ensure that we help you do your genealogy and connect back to your tribe and find out where you are from. Everything that we do from the standpoint of the Grand Rising Show and all the information that's posted on the website is dedicated to that one specific purpose, helping you find your genealogy, find your relatives, find your family so that you will know exactly who you are. And if you choose to, tie back into your tribe, whether that tribe is a Native American tribe, an American Indian tribe, whether it's allowing you to determine which house in Africa that you belong to, or what clan of Scandinavia or Europe or France that you belong to. Either way, our goal is to do just that, help you find out who you are so you know exactly where to start. We are not here to tell you who you are, and we're not here to tell you who you are not. We're just here to help you discover your beginnings. Another one of our missions is to help you become financially independent so that you can help your generations for the next 7 generations and be able to put a stable foundation for you and your relatives. And if you should choose to use this information that we provide free of charge to help not only yourself, but your community and your tribe, then we will do everything in our power to make sure that gets done as well. And remember, our goal here is to make sure that we help you get exposed to this information to put you in the best situation possible. So now what I'm going to do now is return it back over to the panel to see if there was anything I missed, and I will go ahead and get set up so we can get ready and get digging into this information. Panel, take it away.
Warning, warning. Hats, pickaxe, shovels, boots required.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Hope everyone is doing well this rising. What is this, Tuesday? It's Tuesday, right? I think it's Tuesday.
Tuesday. Tuesday.
It's for Tuesday. Speaking of for Tuesday, where is Double Cousin? AKA can't get right, ain't gonna get right, won't get right, need to get right. No get right. AKA no sellout. I saw him in the chat. Anyway.
I guess you're not getting right.
I know, right? I know, right? It's okay. So, everybody good this Tuesday? So far, so good? Yes, no, maybe so? No? Okay.
Yep. Feel great this rising.
I feel awake, finally. I'm up. I'm awake. Gabby Gabs.
Grand Rising.
There she go. Grand Rising. Okay. So what we doing today? Like I haven't done this show before. We need a script, Bones. We need a script.
A script?
A script. We need a script. I want to say peace and welcome and grand rising to the silent majority, the people that are out there listening, that, just trying to get this information and share it. We appreciate you sharing the website with our relatives and people in your community. We appreciate the emails. We appreciate the stuff that you place in the forum. We appreciate all that. We appreciate all you do. Want to say peace and shout out to the best chat ever on earth. On earth. So appreciate y'all. Y'all keep us on our toes. Y'all make sure we post the stuff in the link. Y'all help Gabby give me a hard time. Y'all be soliciting Gabby and y'all shenanigans to extend the show. We appreciate it. We have much love for y'all. And the bad part is that she is a willing participant. Yeah, we got to talk to her about that. Anyway.
I'm not even sure how to take that. I'm not even sure how to take it. Like, yeah, thank you. Wait a minute.
Gabby, ask another question. Gabby go like, I got a question. I'm like, wait a minute, for real?
They're valid questions. Listen, seriously. My mind is already twirling on a question, and then I look down and I see ask another question. I'm like, oh, I got it.
It's okay. Ain't nothing but love.
Wonder Cousins unite. That's what it is.
That's what it is. That's what we doing.
Yeah.
Okay. That's okay. I'm wondering, you know what I'm wondering? I'm wondering how y'all end up being my cousin. That's what I'm wondering.
It's me. I told you I'm 157.
Okay. She did glue to hold all this together. Me in trouble.
Just like me.
You in trouble. I went from not being related to any of y'all on a Friday. I ended up being related to all y'all. All because of Gabby. Ain't that about nothing?
Really?
I don't know, TMH. I'm all in Virginia. I see you. I'm like, really? That's what we doing?
Yeah, I haven't left Virginia yet. I've gone to.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to get out of Virginia. I haven't left Virginia yet.
Had the chat participating in shenanigans and everything. Had everybody looking up there. They laugh. TMH, what's your last name? What's the H stand for? Oh, that's what we doing today. Okay. Put a whole new meaning on daggone group ancestry. Speaking of ancestry, Bones, I think it's time to put out that public service announcement for those that may have missed the show yesterday and let them know what we need to do to help them with their ancestry. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No problem. Basically, when you're sending in the information to get help on your ancestry, it helps if we know the related family members, so we can verify this is your family member that we found through records. Now, it will help us if you're doing it on Ancestry.com, if you add us as a guest to your Ancestry account, and that allows us to look at the tree to verify that these people are related. So we're just not throwing people in there. Or you can download the Ancestry account file, a family search file, and send it to us that way. Or if you're not doing it on either one, if it's possible for you even to type it out and email it to us in order to where, you know, we don't have to hunt through it and comb through to find the relatives. Just look, see the names, match them up, or find out they're related. That speeds up the process. If not, it takes us a while when we have to actually reconstruct the tree for each person that's sending their information.
Now, what happens? So, quick question.
Go ahead.
What happens if someone doesn't have an Ancestry account? Is there something that we can do to facilitate that for them at no cost?
Yes. Basically, we're offering, if you don't have an Ancestry account, let us know. Send us your email, and we can add you to the ones that our Tontonist Assembly has.
Right. So just because you don't have an account, don't mean you can't get an account. Because at the end of the day, we're here to help you with your family tree. We're not here to do your family tree. Because we're still working on ours like you're working on yours. So just please keep that in mind. You know, like you, we got lives too. And this is a volunteer situation. So, you know, you got them leaves, them hints. And, you know, you can't, it's not conducive for you to drop a bunch of leaves at somebody's door and be like, okay, go find a tree. Yeah, that's not helpful. Not at all. So just wanted to put that out there. So again, if you do not have an Ancestry account, we give you access to one of ours free of charge, meaning you will not be charged a single dime. There will be no PayPal account attached to it, no Patreon account, none of that. It will be free 99, as in free, no charge, 99. So just wanted to put that out there. So David says I don't have an account. David, as long as you know what, Gabby.
Yes.
Get David.
Carrie.
No, get David. David Corey, he acted up. He told us I don't have an account. Come on,
so he's
man.
asking for help.
Okay. You know we have
He's
some.
He's asking you how does he get an account?
No.
No.
Some
That's your
subscribers.
cousin too now.
Look, some
That's your other
subscribers.
cousin.
Look, some subscribers get a pass. David don't. He know better. David Corey knows better. We've talked to David on the phone, literally. He been known he can access an Ancestry account. He just being funny. That's okay. We still love him though. So let's go ahead.
Look.
What's up?
He made you smile. Once you give a smile away, you can't take it back.
That's what that is.
No? Okay.
That's what that is. That's what we're doing. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and do the roll call. So I want to say grand rising and peace to the chat. David Corey, of course, he would be first, as I just called him out. Doodoo Vision, peace. Feather Dragon, Michael Harris Brown Chief. Okay, MHBC, you add one more name to your name, we gonna know something. I'm just playing. Grand rising peace to Mr. TJ. Grand rising Ohio player. Grand rising to Pamela Hall, aka my favorite former name, Pamela Hall. Grand rising P. Parker. Grand rising Tiny Ofo Fofo. And Grand rising Phoenix Rose, aka Vane Ranks. What else we got in here that I missed? Grand rising Ohio player, if I didn't call you. Let me see, make sure I got everybody. Grand rising Nature's Void. Grand rising Celestial Love. Yeah, I think that's everybody. If I didn't mention your name, please Charge it to my head, not to my heart. Alright, we got. Alright, that's cool. That's what's up. David Corey says Gabby is the best.
I am.
So and she approves that message, David, just so you know.
David is awesome.
He's awesome. Okay.
He awesome.
He's awesome. Okay.
Awesome.
Awesome. Okay. So let's go ahead and hit this clock. Oh, I didn't even pull up the sound effects. Shame on me. What was I thinking? Why y'all let me not? Why y'all tell me to pull up the sound effects? It's gonna just. I'm saying. So once I hit this clock, we're going to discuss a little bit about what we learned yesterday. And then we're going to get in with the symbolism of the 10th Cavalry Regiment, a.k.a. Buffalo Soldiers. Time to hit that clock. Let's go. That's what's up. Alright, it's time to get in. Time to get active.
Wait, so you put the link in the chat?
Not yet. I can't. You do that now.
I mean, yes, please. I would appreciate it.
Grand Rising, Mr. TJ.
More porridge, please.
Ain't none.
Let me do this. Captain threw me off. Hold on, where am I at? I'm about to put the link in the chat, and then we're gonna talk about what we learned yesterday.
You know, every time you say, what did we learn yesterday, what plays in my head is, what did we learn yesterday, boys and girls? And then that Snoop Dogg intro plays through my head.
Huh? Is that, do we need a soundbite for that? Bounce. Bounce, can you get that cleared, that soundbite cleared? Cause he probably know what you're talking about.
Wow, yippee-yo.
See?
Yeah, that's not it. That ain't it.
No, he was answering the affirmative. You gotta. Sometimes you gotta learn to speak both. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But absolutely, okay. You know, speaking bones, yes, absolutely. There you go.
Speak TV, man.
Alright. So what did we learn yesterday? We learned that the government continues to shuffle the deck when it comes to Buffalo Soldiers. We learned that the Buffalo Soldiers were involved in many campaigns, war campaigns. And the one that stood out the most to me was the American Indian War. Because the American Indian War started in the 1600s, 1609, according to some sources. But they claim that the Buffalo Soldiers didn't become active until 1866. So when we did some research yesterday, we found that there were scouts and there were regiments that were outsourced or hired by the Army in the early 1600s who fit the description of Buffalo Soldiers. Matter of fact, there's a mountain in Pennsylvania named after what I would presume is a Buffalo Soldier. So, how long have they been around? How long have they been fighting with the United States or the colonists to keep things in check? I mean, if you think about it, is it safe to say, or could it be said that the Buffalo Soldiers were our police? I mean, you already know we had a Navy, the ISA. You already know that we had an Army Corps of Engineers, the Natchez. You already know
the
we
National Guard in a sense.
exactly.
Police slash National Guard.
Mm-hmm. We already had spiritual healers and our doctors, which are the Choctaw. So every tribe had a function. So why is it that?
Funny
Go ahead.
is that they tell you that they've been around since the beginning of the Indian Wars, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if they was here before, they tell you they bought anybody from Africa here. How did these people transform into Africans?
It's a good question. I don't know. I really don't know.
I mean, they wasn't African before. Did the Africans sneeze on them and they get infected and became African? Is that something you catch?
Wow.
Hey, I'm just asking.
So could one of the Bones, I think you're onto something. I just had a eureka moment. So check it out. Check out my theory, y'all. Tell me what y'all think.
Mm-hmm.
When you get infected with smallpox as an Indian, you become an African.
Snap! Got him.
So when you get smallpox as an Indian,
we figured it out, y'all.
You become an African. So when they say they got affected with smallpox and they disappeared, that's code for they became African.
Look at that.
It's got to be it, right? It's the only thing that makes sense.
Because I'm like, it's wild. Like, okay, they were around before you bought anybody here, but still they turned out to be okay. The only reason that you considered them slaves and freemen because of their melanated skin. Okay.
Grand Rising KSR. I mean, chat if I'm wrong, you know me. This is a theory. I have no proof. I have nothing to substantiate what my claim is. But there is enough circumstantial evidence to suggest that when an Indian gets infected with smallpox, they in fact become an African. We're gonna call this.
You got as much evidence as out of Africa. Sounds good to me.
What you got, Gabby?
Or weren't they doing experiments on blood transfusions?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh. They learned the secret sauce to turn us into an African, y'all. Got dog it, don't drink Kool-Aid.
Blood transfusion. See, Gabby, that's why we like having you up on the show. You provide that perspective that we didn't even think about. Leave it to Ohio player to drop a timely link into the chat. So that's my theory. We're gonna create a theory for that. Instead of the out of Africa theory, we're gonna call it like Africa contagion, or something like that, right? No. Okay. I'll keep working on it. We'll work on it. So, but at the end of the day, the Buffalo Soldiers have been around a lot longer than American history wants to share or cares to admit. And the Buffalo Soldiers have not only been exposed to the Americas, but they've been exposed to different parts of the country. They've been exposed to Cuba and the Philippines. And I'm sure they've been to some other places, as many other Indians have gone. Because as Bones always says, wars are fought by proxy.
Mm-hmm. Well, we know they fought in World War One, World War Two, Iraqi freedom, Gulf War, this war, that war. People got more frequent flyer miles than frequent flyers.
I know, right? And then we know and also know and learned in 1958, they became integrated, meaning they started putting the Buffalo Soldiers with other ethnicities of people. So now the 10th Cavalry, the cavalry units, are no longer considered an all-ethnic Indian group, or all-melanated Indian group, if you will. So
shuffled them up.
Yeah, they didn't shuffle the deck down. It's interesting that they stopped segregating the military prior to the 50s, but they didn't stop segregating, or they didn't stop segregation of the Buffalo Soldiers until 2 years before the 1960 census.
Right before I'm Black and I'm Proud started taking all over. Black identity and stuff like that. Ain't that? Woo,
that just dawned on me. That just dawned on me as I looked at it. 1958 is when they integrated. Timelines. Wow.
Made you proud to be labeled Black.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of funny knowing that information now. When you look at a lot of the movements in the 50s and 60s, you can see how they worked hand in hand with the census on what the narrative that was being pushed in the mainstream and then the categories that was on the census.
Mm-hmm. And here's another thing. I would like to relatives who have actually looked at the physical copy of these census records. Has anybody seen African American on the census prior to 2000? And the reason why I ask that question is because there are some individuals that say,
I have.
You have?
I have. I gotta get the original copy, but it said African American.
Yeah, I would love to
on the
see.
digital it'll say it, yeah.
Yeah, on the digital.
Yeah, but I mean, I want to know on the actual copy, because the reason why I say this is because race is determined by the census. Because if you follow the history, we don't start becoming a certain race until after it's put in the census or a couple of years leading up to the census. And it becomes official on the census. So when they start putting in these Wikipedia pages and books that, the Buffalo Soldiers are an African American unit started in 1866, then you need to show me by 1870 that African American was what they were called. Because if they weren't called African American by the 1870 census, why are you using the term African American? I mean, of course, that's a rhetorical question, but we have to be fair and look at the timelines. If that term doesn't exist, then why are we using it? That's like talking about the automobile in 1800s, when the automobile didn't get invented until the early 1900s, late 1800s. Why would you inject it in there? So that's my 2 cents on that. Hopefully it makes sense. I mean, Grand Rising, Queen Copper. Grand Rising Mayan Sun 0911. Grand Rising Link 1 Arrowhawk. So. It's about that time to get to reading, huh? So let's go. Let's see. Symbolism. Let me share my screen. Ha 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 ha. Gabrielle.
Yes.
Are you by any chance able to read?
Physically?
I know you're capable, but are you able? Are you in a position where you can read now? She said physically. You're so funny. Hello?
I'm here. I just don't know how to answer that question. I mean, I'm in front of my computer. I have the link up. I physically can read.
So will you read? That
Absolutely.
symbolism.
What is the symbolism?
I'm already seeing right now. We're gonna have to promote you. Go ahead.
I'm still standing over here in the corner.
Yes, chef, I can read.
Oh gosh. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm reading. Symbolism. The 10th Cavalry coat of arms was first. Wait, we didn't read the coat of arms. Okay, never mind. Okay, the 10th Cavalry coat of arms was first confirmed on the 11th of February, 1911. Interesting. At Fort Ethan Allen in Vermont as General Orders Number 1 by order of Colonel Thaddeus W. Jones. The 1911 description of the arms is different from that used today and has no functional difference except for symbolism. There was no symbolic explanations or reasons given for the basic symbols of the regiment arms in 1911, or when the arms were reaffirmed on the 22nd of August 1991. The following is gathered from many heraldic and military sources.
Stop.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Could it be that they had to rechange them to erase what they truly meant? That they represented that these people were Indians and are Indians?
Mm-hmm.
Because the actual symbolism at the actual coat of arms. Let's put up the coat of arms.
I was trying to pull up the.
There it is. This is it.
Are you sharing screen?
Yeah. Remember, because I mentioned it yesterday, Rising, when I talked about the pyramid in the lower right-hand corner. Two swords crossing over what appears to be the American flag with the 13 stars, the 13 stripes. And you have a war bonnet overlaying the blue and the red and white. But that war bonnet is not the war bonnet of the Southeast Indians. It's the war bonnet of the Plains Indians. And then you have a coat of arms as if it's from the European or from Europe, if you look at it. But then you have, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I was about to say when two houses join, when they marry, you'll see one house on one side, what represents one house on one side, and what represents the other house on the other side.
Really?
Yeah. So like if you have a coat of arms and you get married and your wife has a coat of arms, you would make your two coat of arms would join. So on one side would be yours, what represents yours and hers, and then you would have you would add other symbolism, symbols or something to represent the joining of both houses together.
That I did not know. And then Ohio player says Masonic Buffalo. I think that's Masonic Buffalo Soldier. I think that's what he was trying to put. Look at the link.
Yeah, that's dealing with the link he dropped.
Yeah, let me open it up.
Yeah, I was reading through that link, and I remember some stuff told to me when I was younger, and this is definitely paints a different perspective.
Because remember, dealing with Chief Corn Planter, Hush Gabby, he was part of a fraternal order, remember?
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So if he had a fraternal order back then, why couldn't the Buffalo Soldiers been a part of a fraternal order?
Well, I remember. Well, I don't know if I can say this, but I remember being told when I was younger that that's what the Boston Tea Party was about.
Was it some type of ritual or?
No, I was told that the reason for the tea being thrown off the ships was not an act of rebellion, but it was to find the ledger, the Prince Hall ledger. They wanted to know. They wanted all the names.
Yeah, that's interesting. Ohio player said the Underground Railroad was a secret order. So we need to get Ohio player. You need to dial in, Ohio player. Stop playing. Stop playing, player. Dial in. Make some of this stuff make sense when you get a chance. I'm just saying. Trying to pull up the link so I can share it. Let me do it this way. Let me read a little bit. It says Freemason information. Buffalo Soldiers. Prince Hall Freemasonry from its inception has played a major role. It is substantiating the Black American. Nowhere is there more evident than in the wars fought by blacks for America. Again, just pay attention to what they're saying. They use the term blacks. The black soldier brought with him not only his religion and his desire for true freedom, but his masonry as well. Having risen from a military lodge, it's traditional of the chartering American military lodges that continue stronger than ever today, where many Prince Hall military lodges can be found in Iraq and Afghanistan, and nowhere is this more illustrative than in underappreciated mark left upon history by the post-Civil War Buffalo Soldiers. So when they say post-Civil War, it means after the Civil War. And I'm not saying it for y'all, I'm saying it for me so I can keep things in context and in perspective. For it is far from coincidence that these brave men served with such distinction under such hardships with inferior supplies, equipment, and horses. See, that's the part I don't agree with. But anyway, they did so because the black soldiers carried hand in hand with him into battle his religion and his masonry. See, this story is already layered. Anyway, the Buffalo Soldiers were a black cavalry unit consisting of the 9th and 10th Regiments, and sometimes the all-black 24th and 25th Infantry Regiments are included in the cavalry. They received their name from Native American Indians with whom they fought many battles, who said that black man's hair resembled the mane of a buffalo. The Spanish called them smoked Yankees. Now see, already from this narrative, you see they're separating the Buffalo Soldiers from Indians. So we already know we already can see that this is a perspective from the keepers of the secret to ensure that our own people don't know the truth. The 9th Regiment was formed by General P.A. Sheridan in New Orleans in August 1866. The command of the 9th was awarded to Colonel Edward Hatch and almost immediately transferred to Fort Davis in Texas. Later, it was to spend much time in New Mexico before going further north. So, it says the 10th Regiment was also formed in 1866 at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, and led by Regimental Commander Benjamin Garrison. Starting in Kansas and Oklahoma, the 10th later spent much time in West Texas and Arizona. Then it goes on to read, these regiments were the first black soldiers commissioned for peacetime military service. They were far from the first black soldiers to fight for America, as there were 5,000 black soldiers who fought for America's independence in the Revolutionary War. 5,000 black soldiers who fought for America's independence in the Revolutionary War. We know that these were Indians, not black soldiers. Again, the keepers of the secret, trying to separate the Indians from themselves. By 1788, each of General George Washington's brigades averaged 43 black soldiers. 4 and 3 is 7. All these numbers. It says the Buffalo Soldiers fought and subdued hostile and marauding Indians, bandits, cattle rustlers, Mercenarios, desperados, outlaws, bootleggers, Comancheros, and Mexican revolutionaries. They served as protectors of cattle drives, settlers, stagecoaches, and railroad workers. They sometimes carried the mail, strung telegraph line, built forts which became future large settlements, and explored and mapped many uncharted areas of the West, especially Texas. Now here's the funny thing. This is one thing that they don't say. They do not call these men black slaves. They don't call them former slaves. They just call them black men. So what are they saying? Did y'all pay attention to that?
Mm-hmm.
Nowhere in this where it says African. But they do try to make a distinction between these black men and Indians. They don't even mention the fact that they were Seminole. They just says black. Black American. So I just find that interesting. The link is in the chat. Appreciate that, Ohio player. So what was that? No. But yeah, what was Gabby at? You're talking about the coat of arms. So that coat of arms has a different meaning now, right?
You talking about the current one or the previous one?
I'm talking about the previous one, the original one. What does the current one look like?
That's what I was trying to find. Because I think where it says insignia, well, I don't know.
Well, this is a coat of arms. So the insignia would be this. Hold on, let me scroll down. The insignia will be this one with the buffalo.
And I'm Googling.
You know, it's interesting to me, and you mentioned it, but do you notice the further and further we come up in time, they no longer even attach them to the Seminoles anymore?
No. They don't.
makes more sense on what they did at the top of the 1900s, erasing any signs of where they originated from.
Right, but it does make sense as to why they worked so diligently with the military and how they had a secret society and the Métis Indians or the Plains Indians had a secret society.
Oh, wait a minute. I think I see why they changed it. Hold on, I'm gonna put the link.
Gabby is our new investigatory journalist. Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that's long. I don't know if that's gonna fit. Okay, it did. Never mind.
Oh, I see it. I just gotta get it. Just return the previous page.
Yeah, because it's kind of funny. Go back a couple of days before the 1900s. They quit to separate them by calling them Black Seminoles.
Right.
You get past 1911, 1920, they dropped the Seminole, but kept the black.
Yeah, Gabby, it didn't take. So let me see.
Hold on, let me do this. Copy.
See if I can find it.
Let me try this. Copy link. Okay, how about that?
Let me see.
You know what? I might have to just click on the web page. Hold on.
Grand Rising, Celestial Love. Okay, so.
Okay, I think.
Okay, so.
Right. Okay, I think I got it right this time.
Yep, it's coming through. Regimental colors. Come on. Ooh. Is this a new one or is this the original one?
No, that's the new one. The other one, and I'm about to.
So I'll show y'all what we seeing. at this. This is a new one. So they still have the insignia here, pyramid, the houses, the flag. So that hasn't changed.
This one is supposed to be the 9th and 10th Cavalry. Hold on, I'm pulling.
We're looking up the insignia for the 10th Cavalry, which is basically your Buffalo Soldiers. Because we're trying to figure out why they changed it. They say they changed it, and they said the reason isn't known. Of course, we know that anytime somebody says they don't know the reason for doing something, we know that's not necessarily true.
I would be like, what's that in your other hand?
Exactly. And they'd be like, huh? You heard me. Huh? Mm-hmm.
You can hear? Mm-hmm. Like I said, it just seems to me that they're erasing any ties. They're erasing all Indian ties.
Yeah, and here's, I'm putting in another link. If you scroll down on the page, oh, you're not gonna let me paste? Okay. If you scroll down, you'll see the 9th. Well, I guess it would have been the original 10th Cavalry, just different colors, the 9th and 10th Cavalry, and then they combined the two together later on.
The funny thing about it, for a group that was supposed to be so small, you notice they were all over the place, but they try to be like, oh, it was a small. No, it was way more Buffalo Soldiers than they want to tell you. Because at the same time they fighting, the same Buffalo Soldiers fighting ain't the same ones as escorting mail. The same ones as escorting mail ain't the same ones as escorting immigrants from the east to the west.
Nope.
The same ones doing this aren't the same ones that's out there in the prison on the West Coast watching other Indians that they captured.
I was yesterday, what we were reading, I clicked on some links on it, and it one of the articles talked about how many women were a part of the Buffalo Soldiers.
Wait, what?
Yeah. We were reading on that website, that link that we went off on yesterday. There were women. The women fought too.
Wow. Marlon P says the site keeps buffering. Adjust your pictures, your latency on your screen. Let me see something. See if I can. You may have to drop it down or increase it to 440p, 380, or go all the way up to 600, depending on your service. Grand Rising, no sellout.
Peace. Grand Rising.
Really?
Double cousin.
So the link that you sent me, I couldn't pull it up.
The last one?
Yeah, the link you put in the chat, yeah.
All right, hold on.
It wouldn't let me.
I think this is the same thing. Hold on.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Is that the
saying.
same
Well,
thing?
yeah, when I go to the other computer, yeah, that's what it's doing. It's sending the same one. Well, but when you find it, just let me know. Because it's interesting that as we're going through this, that what's my cursor?
I mean, it's still posting the same website. I don't.
Yeah, they don't want they for whatever reason it's not supposed to be seen. It's not to be seen right now. Mr. TJ says every time the subject is Buffalo Soldiers, they run heavy interference.
Well, here, share my screen real quick. I mean, share my screen. Share you. Yeah, share my screen real quick.
Hold on, give me a second.
Or not.
No. I just gotta find it. No.
You're dragging time anyways.
Really. That's what we doing. This what we doing. That's what we doing. We really doing this? So, hold on. Give you the ability to share screen. Multiple participants can share screen. So you should be able to share your screen.
So just hit share, right?
Yep, hit share.
Share desktop. Okay, I'm just gonna click on share desktop.
Yeah.
I'm doing right.
Yeah, people are starting to say that their website is buffering hard.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yep, I can see it, so now I'm gonna go ahead and share it.
With who?
With everybody.
How am I sharing that with everybody?
No, I'm gonna share it with everybody.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna just close this one. Hold on. Give me a second. So they should be able to see your screen now. Let me know if y'all still are buffering. Like I said, you may need to check the settings on your screen. We're not dropping any more frames than normal, so that has nothing to do with it. So the 9th Cavalry. So I see the 9th Cavalry has an upside down pyramid. Look like it's behind what looks like a longhouse or something. It says "We can, we will." Okay, now I'm starting to have trouble with my computer. Give me a second. Yeah, I'm starting to buffer bad too. Bones, are you seeing any troubles with the stream?
It's not showing up on my end.
All right, give me. So you change your screen, Gabby. What you sharing? There you go. There we go.
Black History Month.
But I did see this. I did see what you were sharing, and I saw that the signals were different. Yeah, yeah. You keep forgetting we can see what you see. Let me see if it's still buffering. Mr. TJ said, "Why is the Buffalo Soldiers get so much interference?" David K says, "Not buffering at the moment." My sense says adjusted a couple of times, it's still buffering. I think it has a lot to do with where you're at. And again, you got to realize sometimes the internet is throttled based off of your location. So if you're able to run a speed test on your computer, you'll know if you're being throttled or not. So.
Interesting.
So who are these people? Second Lieutenant Henry O.C.N. Flipper and Colonel Edward Hatcher.
My bad. They are Buffalo Soldiers in Texas.
Okay.
Note heavy concentration of U.S. Army forts along the Rio Grande River.
Henry O.C.N. Flipper, engineer, the first black graduate of West Point, the eldest of 5 sons of Fettus and Isabella Flipper, was born a slave in Thomasville, Georgia on March 21st, 1856. He attended school at the American Missionary Association, and in 1873, as a freshman of Atlanta University, he was appointed to the United States.
I couldn't let it go on no further. How you a slave but you attending school?
Interesting.
I mean, really, how are you a slave but you're attending school?
Don't know.
And yes. Graduate. All right.
You a slave, meaning you're on the field someplace working or in somebody's house working. Where do you have time to go to school?
Well, where did he get an education to be able to go to a university?
Being a slave at that.
Mm-hmm.
Men in Black.
So then it goes on to read that um, he was often ostracized and had little social interaction with white cadets beyond official activities. He graduated fifth in his class of 76 on June 14, 1877, accepted a commission as a second lieutenant. Philip described a successful struggle against ostracism and the prejudice in the color cadet at West Point. In 1878, in January 1878, he was assigned to Company A of the 10th United States Cavalry. So you notice it doesn't say that he had his own, he was in a black class. They were all in one class.
Yeah.
So
I got a question though.
What's up?
I only see brief references to it. The code talkers.
I know James had mentioned the code talkers before.
Yeah, but you get what I'm saying? Like this is what the United States or the Europeans or the French or just however it's categorized at the time. This is what they used to communicate what they were doing, and it's understood or should I say known that code talkers were Indians.
Yeah.
So what happened? After these wars, they were told they could never talk again?
No, they stayed in there. They just changed the name of them. You don't identify them as Indians no more. Because how can you have a black... See, this is why I enjoy doing what we do. Because they tell you have a whole class of so-called black soldiers, but they're slaves. You're trying to tell me that you would put loaded weapons in slaves' hands that you done beat and treated any kind of way. And we're supposed to believe this. You have to allow your subconscious to look at you as so weak to swallow that there. You didn't have the courage or guts to fight, to pick up arms for yourself. But not only will you pick up arms for the European, you'll go to school and teach other Europeans to pick up arms for the European. Man, they need to stop.
You're asking the right questions.
Mainly because I'm confused.
What you confused about, Gavin? Did you say you were confused?
Yeah, I mean, okay. So yes, I am, and no, I'm not. Like I get what Bones is saying because it rings true. It's just logic, simple. Okay, asking questions and putting logic behind it, and really understanding the difference between bought sense and common sense. I guess it's just really interesting how it's, things are layered or retitled, whatever. But the details of things that have happened, battles, Indian against Indian, communication and communication and whatnot. They'll leave the details there, but change who it. I'm confused and I'm not.
But you can still see the signs.
Right.
To this day in this country, what group of people can hold a whole communication with each other and never say a word?
Yeah.
Exactly.
We can pass each other on opposite sides of the street and look at each other. And how we look at each other, we done had a whole communication.
Yeah.
You got to remember, a lot of these societies was charged with giving you the history, preserving the history. And what a lot of them did, they just retold the story in their version, the version that made them look better in the end. Because none of it is real. Look at what indoctrination really did. It took the same false stories and taught it to us from children to our adult lives. It's shown to you in movies, music, regurgitated. So to the point, you just start believing it, that it happened the way they say it went down. They got it designed to keep you so occupied that the average person never has the time to do deep research and read and to find out that it's just a bunch of overlaid stories to keep you confused. Once you pull one layer back, there's another and another and another.
My fault, Bones. And again, we know what the deal is, and at the end of the day, credit is taken from us and given to somebody else. That's all this ever boils down to. Because the narrative has to be perpetuated that we didn't do anything, because the only reason we are over here on this continent is because by the grace of the white man, we were brought here. And that's what that perpetuates.
I really wonder how prideful we are. And I don't mean in a bad way or in a negative way. I really wonder how amazing our ancestors were. I mean, because this is a lot to facade, to repurpose, rename, reshuffle, whatever, you know what I mean? It's a lot, like it's just a lot. So I just really, I can only imagine how amazing they were.
Well, we see it in what we're learning now, and I can only assume that this is just a portion of what we know to be true.
Right.
As we continue to talk to Indians, as we continue to talk to chiefs, as they continue to share with us the truth, we start to really see how amazing our ancestors were and are, because we are our ancestors. And what we realize is that the information that's perpetrated and propagated and hidden from us is done for one reason, and this is my personal opinion, and one reason only. If we realize who we are, their financial system fails. And I don't mean fail as far as there's going to be a revolt and we're going to overthrow the government. I'm not talking about that unnecessary BS, because no, that's not going to happen. They'll shoot us all down before we can get to that point. What I'm saying is their financial system will collapse because we will no longer be up under that spell of giving money to people that can't stand us. And we will start spending money within our own. That's what I mean by their financial system collapse. I'm not talking from the standpoint of revolt or overthrowing the government. That ain't happening. We ain't got enough guns, and I ain't trying to live that life. I'm talking from a standpoint of financial independence, from the standpoint of being able to take care of our own and not depend on government assistance, not depend on having a job or being hired by the colonizer. You know what I'm saying? And just being able to live and have our own while they have their own, independent of them. That don't mean not speaking to them. That don't mean none of that. It just means being able to have our own and do for self at the end of the day.
Because look at it this way. And we are relatives, so you know me, I like to keep things honest and factual to the T. We have to ask ourselves, what politician, a governor, a senator, in all honesty, are we paying to get a job done for us?
Mm,
Think about it. Who are we spending our money with to get our objective done? If you notice, we too busy giving our money to other people to get their objectives done. But when are we going to start financing our objectives? And like you said, that's how the system wins. It's not because the system, it's because how we're playing in this system. That we're choosing to take our finances, our creative capital, and give it away to people that have never had our best interests.
facts. That's real talk. Real talk.
They created so many different groups and classes that we, through media, education, music, we chose to be in these isolated groups, breaking us down to so small that even when some of us wake up and have a voice, it's so small, it's suppressed quickly. Because look at the majority of things that's in our culture that we cling to, somebody gave to us. And the stuff that naturally belongs to us, they made us turn our back on and hate the most. You say politics, first thing people be like, but your ancestors used politics. They had councils, they had governance, they had chains of command. That's politics. Your ancestors had business. People had particular skill sets and jobs that they did on a daily basis so the community can keep moving as a whole. See, the system isn't the problem. It's because we are not playing the system. We're not using the system. We're on the outside throwing rocks at it, complaining. That's like you playing the game, but you're not playing the game. You're just in the seat spectating, but complaining how the game being played. When you have a piece that you can move on your own, but you choose to let somebody else move it for you. No, I know you need to move 6 steps, but for my benefit, you're only gonna move 2.
Yeah. That's real talk. Because here's the thing that I find interesting about us. We are quick to talk about the law. We're quick to talk about standing in your proper perspective or your proper man or woman or on your square, however that terminology goes. But I've yet to see anyone who talks about that law from that standpoint. I'm not banging on people that talk about the law. I'm just bringing something to your attention that needs to be addressed. I have yet to see those people in court dealing with the law like they say. I'm not talking about dealing with a policy officer or a police officer. Take your behind into a courtroom, let us see it, because you can be recorded as long as you put the proper notification in early enough time. Stop lying. Stop with these fake narratives. What you saying is working, prove it. That's all I'm asking.
Where's the living example? Where's the living testimony? Where is it? Where's the physical proof? I mean, where is it? Because something had to precede it. Something had to precede this movement of people thinking you can file paperwork, right? So where is that success example? Oh, my bad.
Ain't the creator of it in jail?
40,
okay, yeah.
He's in prison doing 40 years.
Example?
So if the person that's responsible for this being mainstream is doing 40 years behind this, how is it going to help you again?
They got new techniques.
The trick has always been to remove you as far as possible away from your government. Because again, what is the government? We, the people. The problem with the government is we, the people, been partying too long. We, the people, been letting other people handle our affairs. And I'm talking about as a community. This is where we have to look back inside. As long as we keep looking outside of ourselves for somebody to fix our problems, guess what? We're giving outsiders power over us. We got to look inside and see what we can do better as communities on individual levels in the neighborhoods where we live in. So what if it's only 10 people? Now, you and them 10 people move accordingly and move forward. Everybody is not going to jump in. Everybody is not going to want to follow. And our job and our goal is not to get everybody to follow. It's for those who know, for those who are ready to do. Somebody has to lay the groundwork. There must be a precedent set. How can we expect the younger generation to be energized, to want to know who they are, who want to take off from where we left off, if we're not being that beacon of shining hope for them, for all of them? It has been said, and we done heard before, that the world is waiting on us. So now we have to ask ourselves, if the world is waiting on us, then we have a very important responsibility. See, we're prideful to wear a whole bunch of other labels. But when we're going to wear that label of responsibility, being the people that the world know we are, because everybody know who we are but us. And this can be done. It has been done 100 times before. But all we're saying this time, let's make sure the foundation is right. That our home bases, our communities, where we start from, is right. Because as long as we build this foundation, it does not matter what happens moving forward. There's always something to come back to. There will always be a reminder. So for 7 generations, it's worth it. I can just imagine our ancestors had to make some hard decisions. And I want to believe that the decisions that they made was looking forward to this day, to when their future generations will have the chance to access what was left for us, to remember who we are, to pick up the work that they left off to complete the mission. And it's not going to be easy. It's not supposed to be easy. But relatives, we so damn good it shouldn't even matter. If we can be the best of the best when it comes to the most foolishness, we can be the best of the best when it comes to being righteous, when it comes to being loving, when it comes to be responsible, caring people, because that's who we are, Indios, the children of God. And our conditions will remain the same until we remember. That title holds responsibility. Listen to the title again, relatives, children of God. That's weight. That's responsibility. That's purpose. If that don't reach you, if that doesn't call you, I don't know what else to say.
And I gotta go after that. That's what you're gonna do to me, Bounce?
I kept it on mute.
Yeah, you just gonna make me come next. Just gonna blow up the Bounce. Just gonna blow up the mic.
You could have held the microphone out the window.
Ain't nobody gonna say nothing. Okay.
Huh.
I don't know. Let the mic cool off. Let the mic. It's a little radioactive right now. Radioactive.
Which one of y'all kicked me?
No, you didn't. Hey, hey, hey. You know what? Never mind.
I'm not doing that. But that's my shadow, though.
I'm going back to the corner. I'm back in the corner.
What happened? What I missed?
Nothing, Chief.
Chef, corn plant
Chef.
to you.
Chef.
Chef.
Corn.
Meth versus chef. I know, right? So this link is coming from Ohio Play. He always be dropping them hot links, and we talking about them sausages. It says the secret order behind the Underground Railroad. William Lambert and George D. Baptiste. Sounds like somebody's relatives. Freeborn black men used the Underground Railroad to help slaves escape to British Canada.
Natchies, Batty, apples,
Yep.
oranges.
Yep. So, I'm going to read this. Of course, we always have to pay attention to the layers. People, those that are protecting the secrets that don't want us to know the truth about who we are. So,
There will be none of that, sir.
the Underground Railroad is shrouded in myth. Well, at least they put that out there first. Historians have puzzled over the extent of its reach, organization, and its individual involved. It was, after all, a secret outlaw enterprise. Apart from wealthy white abolitionists, the networks of a railroad depend on ordinary folk, many of them former slaves or freeborn African Americans. Stop. What year is this?
And isn't a freeborn African American a Native American?
That is the 1790s. That means the first census came in 1790. There were 6 categories in the federal census in 1790. White men, 16 and over, free. White men, 16 and under, free. White women, 16 and over, free. White women, 16 and under, free. All others free and slave. African American was not on the census in 1790. So they're placing African American here to create a narrative. Well, we know that in 1790, there was only 2 places out of the 54 countries in Africa, aka Ethiopia, aka Libya, called Africa, Algiers and Tangiers, which would have placed those people that lived in those areas known as Berbers, or who are today your Spaniards, or in some instances, those that were referred to as Moors. So, there is no way physically possible, based off of European history, that there could have been African Americans at this time, nor former African American slaves, because there was nobody from Africa here at that time. I just wanted to correct that lie. So moving forward. And this was dangerous work for starters. It was illegal. The Constitution required that slaves held in service of labor be returned to their owners if they were to flee or escape. As early as 1793, a Fugitive Slave Act was passed to enforce this clause. Still more and more escaped from slavery during the first half of the 19th century. There should be newspaper to substantiate African slaves escaping, but the newspapers that we've come across talk about mulattoes and Negro Indians escaping slavery. So again, this document is not supported by the archived facts. The issues of these fugitive slaves and questions of slavery expansion into a new Western states resulted in the Compromise of 1850. 1850. What was going on in 1850, y'all? Y'all remember? This is on the heels of the Creek and Indian War, and the Seminole War was coming to a close, right? Right or wrong? Anybody? So let me get this straight. You have what they call, according to history, black Seminoles fighting in Texas and in Mexico. Now this time, Harriet Tubman is supposed to be taking slaves and moving them north, right? There is no instance that I've come across, and if anybody else has come across this, please let me know, because there are Indians who have oral history. So let's break something down, because this is why I love timelines. There are over 575 federally recognized tribes. There are over 1,000 state recognized tribes. And I've yet to come across any tribes that know anything of a Harriet Tubman or coming across some runaway slaves. So either the Indians are lying, the Europeans are lying, or the United States is lying. I don't know, you tell me. So 1850, this deal included a new fugitive slave law with real teeth. It compelled local officials and even ordinary citizens to assist in capturing escaped slaves. On the other hand, those who helped runaways, penalties include up to 6 months imprisonment and a prohibitive fine. Now remember, this is before institutionalized imprisonment and before the 13th Amendment was passed. And what we know from archived history, which is in the National Archives, imprisonment and what they call slavery is not, I repeat, is not stated as history books would have it told. People that owed money because of debt were in a indentured servant relationship. If you were an Indian fighting another Indian and you were captured, you were also an indentured servant, and they either released you or they adopted you. Archived facts. Archived facts. That does not support any other historical rhetoric dealing with our people. Let's continue. On the other hand, for those who help runaways, penalties include up to 6 months imprisonment and prohibitive fines. Then it goes on to read, Catherine Dupree Lumpkin profiled 2 freeborn, what they call African Americans who could not have existed, because at that time that term didn't exist, nor was it a part of the census. We did not become African Americans in the census until 2000. When is this history supposed to be taking place? Oh, before the 1900s. So we know that's a lie too.
Got him.
The campaign in Michigan for the right to vote for African Americans, which does not happen, so you can't be talking about these people because these people don't exist. Matter of fact, what debunks this whole out of Africa theory is this one thing called the race to Africa. Now, here's the thing I find interesting in women, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages. The United States history dictates and indicates that there was a slave trade from Africa to America from the 1600s up until the middle 1800s. But the countries that they're supposed to be getting these slaves from that were supposed to be colonized in Africa say something totally different. You have Spain, i.e. Iberian Peninsula, France, i.e. the Franks, Portugal, i.e. Port of Galles or France, Germany, and Great Britain, all talking about in their archive history that can be pulled up and substantiated that they could not colonize Africa until after there was a cure for malaria in 1885. So either Europe is lying or America's lying. There is no history in any archives to substantiate any ships in over 10 terabytes of shipping records to substantiate any slave trade coming from Africa to the Americas. There was loads of information supporting what Europe has talked about archived in France, Portugal, Spain, and Great Britain. You have Indians telling their stories of what happened. But we're supposed to believe the United States and their version under McGraw-Hill of what happened to our people. So I ask you, for anybody that has ever taken a class anywhere in school, you're supposed to cite your sources, right? You're supposed to have verifiable proof and information before you put anything on paper to turn it in to be looked at or viewed as facts. They have no facts, but we're supposed to believe that African Americans existed when even the country of quote unquote Africa would tell you otherwise.
Wow.
Moving on.
Next.
Information about the two men comes to us largely from statements that made after the Civil War. They separately discussed the existence of a Negro secret order of free blacks formed to help former slaves make it to Canada. It had several names: the African American Mysteries, the African, hold on, again, how can it be called the African American Mysteries if Africa was not called Africa at this time? If blacks couldn't read. And here's the thing, if you're from a continent or a country, has anybody ever known any African from Africa to say they're from Africa? I'll wait. Nope. Are people from Ghana saying they're from Ghana, or are they saying they're from Africa? Are people from Ethiopia saying they're from Ethiopia, or are they saying they're from Africa?
Ethiopia.
Are people from Nigeria saying they're from Nigeria, or are they saying they're from Africa?
Nigeria.
That's a good question.
So you mean to tell me that these men that created this secret society from a continent that was not called Africa until the early 1900s, and this is way before the early 1900s, was actually calling this organization the African American Mysteries? What language did they call it in? I'll wait.
Fairy tale.
Because if you are from another continent, you're going to have some remnants of your tongue. And according to American history, aka McGraw-Hill, Africans and Indians communicated. What language did they create together? I'll wait.
Ask the Men in Black. I ain't gonna keep telling you the same thing.
And why is there no American Indians corroborating anything that McGraw-Hill says? Oh, that's right.
Because Africa.
Because all the Indians got together and decided to lie. That's what it is. Americans.
And there's a bigger problem too. Where's this new created culture between the two? Anytime two differently distinct cultures meet up, a new one is created. So if they telling you these so-called Africans and Indians intermingled, then that means there should be a whole new class of African Indians
Don't
in
trust
America.
them, new.
When the population grew, that means the population should be African Indian.
Where they at, though?
Exactly. There was a population boom, a large boom of a whole bunch of people that look like me.
But here's the part I find funny, because when I speak to especially people that have gone to college and I ask them these questions, they can't give me any answers. They just give me this old dumbfounded look. Because I don't care what your teacher told you. Because at the end of the day, if it can't be found in archives, it don't exist. I don't do hearsay, I do facts. Your book that your professor sold you that they're getting paid to propagate, promote, and sell to you that has to be updated and changed every year is not factual information.
Don't companies sponsor them books?
Non-profits sponsor those books. Endowments sponsor those books. Dark Money. If you want to find out how information gets in the schools, go get the book Dark Money. It tells you everything you need to know.
And the Koch brothers, I mean, a large component to the educational system.
Yeah, we're not talking about Coca-Cola either.
Clinton Foundation, all these other foundation, this foundation, that. And you wonder why your educational system is what it is. Who's financing it? We not.
So the other name they gave it was the Order of the Men of Oppression, the Order of Immigration. So let me get this right. Somebody that couldn't spell, read, nor write can know the difference between immigration and immigration? Interesting.
Hey, they forgot everything about so-called Africa and learned everything European in less than 3 years. And taught everybody how to ride horses.
Here comes the men in black.
It says there was, in Lambert's words, a book detailing the ritual, the names of the degrees, the test words, scripts, descriptions of emblems and lessons of order, but it was been lost in history. Hold on. How is it a book? They're not supposed to know how to write. They're not supposed to know how to read. You're supposed to get killed.
Telling a story if it's lost in history. I'm sorry. What?
Yeah. The book was lost in history.
How do they know if it's lost in history? Yeah. Conveniently. I bet they ain't right there were no Africans in it.
While Lumpkin doesn't doubt the order's existence, she wonders whether it was as large and extensive as men claim. Nonetheless, their testimonies and interviews are a source of great intrigue. So, that's that. Whenever you want to cloud something or shroud something or keep something from people, you put it in, you give it to the secret society, you give it that credit, or you either secret society and UFOs. You say the Mayans got abducted by UFOs because the civilization just disappeared. No one knows what happened to it.
I never heard that.
Yeah, I've heard. Man,
My thing is this: if it's a secret society, how are we talking about it? For real though.
Somebody did a horrible job of keeping it a secret, huh?
Yeah, obviously it can't be a secret society if we're talking about it, if we're reading about it, if we know about it. That's the opposite of a secret society.
Exactly.
That sounds like public to me.
CMA said something that will always ring out. It's not what they're saying that's the most important thing. It's what they're choosing not to say.
And what they're not saying is we have no explanation, no real explanation of how all these melanated people got here. So we're going to give them all smallpox and turn them into Africans. We have no proof of ships. We have no proof of dockings or ports. Now, mind you, every ship was a business. You need to keep records of everything to make sure you get paid, because you didn't get paid up front unless you were wealthy. You got paid after the fact. So you had to make sure you had good records, because there were no invoices, there was no email, there was no mail. So that means the captain of that ship was actually the CEO of that vessel, because that CEO of that vessel now was actually a corporation that was coming across the seas to the Americas. The moment it died, it became a business. And everybody on that ship, go ahead.
Don't mean to interject.
No, you good.
But you said something. You said something that a lot of people I have heard interpret and misinterpret it every time. They keep saying about America and maritime law and this and that. The reason why it's maritime law relatives, because TMH just pointed it out. The captains were the CEOs. That's who controlled the law. That's who was in charge of the law. That's who financed it. That's who you had to pay your fees to. Fees. Who was you working for to pay off? The boat captain. So if you didn't settle your debt, who had the claim on you? Who was the judge on you? The boat captain. Watch out for the layers.
Think of the boat captain as your Uber driver, and your form of payment is not a debit card or a credit card of money coming out of your account. Your form of payment is your labor in the term of hours. So you're being transported from one place to another place, and in order for you to pay for that ride, you have to do a certain amount of work for so many years in order to move about freely. They're not just going to just drop you off at a dock and you get to go where you want to, because you still owe. You are still in debt. There were no credit cards. There were no loans. Payment was in the form of labor. Let's not be stupid. The moment you get on that ship, you are under employment. The moment you get off that ship, you are under employment. Once your time is served, now you are able to move about the United States, 13 colonies, the colonization, however you want to call it, freely. You are a free man or a free woman. In the event that you are indebted and you have not finished paying your debt and you run away from your debt, you are committing a crime. You have not finished paying what you owe. You now need to go back to whoever you owe that time to finish out your indentured servitude or your time. Time was used as a form of currency before currency was created. Let's not be stupid, people.
Bingo.
The term.
And if you want to know what it,
go ahead. No, you can go ahead. I got it. Go ahead. You good?
And if you want to know where it twisted, it became this form of slavery that they want to tell you in history. Look up the history of Bermuda. You will see that there was a revolt there, to where you had your pale immigrants mad about your more melanated immigrants coming in, that they didn't like the fact that they were buying large parcels of land. So in the Isles of Bermuda, what they did was they passed a new indenture law, to where The melanated indentured service now will have to serve a term of 99 years. That's where the twist came in, relatives. That history again can be found in the history of the Bermudas.
So Haya Player put in the chat, he says,
That's the new slave.
he says, wait till you see that they sent 1 million of the 3 million slaves to Canada. He was talking about the article that he sent to him. And again, for those that doubt what I'm saying, you won't have to doubt anything I'm saying. All you have to do is look up the etymology of Slav. S-L-A-V. Look up the etymology of Slav. The spelling of Slav changes in what, 1788, Bones? Let me pull it up. I don't want to guess. Let me do this. Because people play too much. They play way too much. So you want to keep something from somebody? Put it in a book.
Take a look. It's in the book.
So,
Gabby, no joke. Saying that to my son to wake him up. Was rising.
Oh, I'm off mute. Hold on.
Yeah, you're off mute.
so Slav.
Oh, my bad.
Can do any.
Look, he gonna read the definition, Gabby. My bad. I didn't mean to get you started.
Slav. It reads, late 14th century, slave, S-C-L-A-V-E. This is Slav, the noun. Slav, the noun. Slav, the noun. From medieval Latin, Sclavus, S-C-L-A-V-U-S, circa 1800. From Byzantine Greek, Sklavos, circa 580. From Old Church Slavic, Slovenu, a Slav, probably related to Slavo, word, speech, would suggest the name originally identified a member of a speech community. Compared Old Church Slavic Nibasai, Germans, related to Nemu, dumb, Greek, heterophonos, foreign, literally of different voices. The Old English, peyote, which meant both race and language. Now this is Slav. Slav, S-L-A-V. I'm spelling it for a reason. Next paragraph.
You said it said Old English peyote?
And it says which meant both race and language. But we know peyote can also mean what? Payment. Identical with the Slav in personal names such as Russian, Middle Slav, literally peaceful fame, Mstislav, vengeful fame, Jeloslav, fame for fury, Czech Bohuslav, God's glory, Latinized Wenceslas, having greater glory, perhaps from Pi root clue, spelled K-L-E-U, which means to hear, spelled, I repeat, spelled slave, circa, bones, wait for this, spelled slave, S-L-A-V-E. Now we talk about the word Slav, it's spelled slave.
Don't do it to him.
Circa 1788 through 1866.
Wow.
Oh, that's them new slaves of that time?
I'm gonna repeat that. Perhaps from the Pi root clue, K-L-E-U, to hear, spelled. Now we talk about the word Slav. It's spelled slave, Slave, circa 1788 through 1866. Influenced by French and German slave as an adjective from 1876. So, I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, men and women, boys and girls of all ages, what is a Slav? Slav existed well before slave. Slave is the spelling of Slav. Slav has numerous meanings. Most of it means people. Some of it means peyote, meaning pay. Sometimes it means dumb. Go ahead.
I don't know if I was not listening right, but for the most part, Slav sounded like it was in reference to the way someone speaks, a laziness in tongue.
Mm-hmm. Now, let me ask you a question. What group of people in the United States are considered to have a lazy, aka slow speech of tongue? I'll wait.
Hold up, they talking about me?
You mean slang?
No. What is one of the monikers that they say about people from the South?
Southern drawl.
Southern drawl.
Hold up, they talking about me?
So the question is, what is a slave?
And
Where Webster at? We need to talk about something.
Ways to know.
So the changing of the spelling of Slav was from 1788 through 1866. So they made it specific to change the spelling from a time period of 1788 through 1866. And what happened in 1866?
You
talking about the act?
That act.
Hold on. Press the button, stop, rewind, hold it down. 1788? 2 years before the 1790 census. Got to be more careful.
It's 2 years before the 1790 census. They changed
What was the three classifications? What was the three classifications on the census?
The three classifications.
Free person of color, and slave.
Yep, those are three classifications. They changed the meaning of slave before the 1790 census.
I'm about to say, yeah, because it sounds like they actually created that meaning as
or class.
Okay, let me make sure I'm saying this out loud right. So, slave, origination, Slav, was not in reference to a service that someone did or groups of people that someone's did. It was in reference to a way of speech, languages, and that was the overall consistent meaning. It wasn't until the late 1700s did a meaning get added to it.
No, Gabby, no. A meaning didn't get added to it. They changed the spelling of it. The definition never changed. The spelling changed. They didn't create. They changed the spelling and then they gave it a new definition. But the question is when did the word slave come into existence? So instead of asking, let's just look it up. Shout.
Basically, what they did, 1788, they created a law to make it a legal classification for 1790.
Yep.
Before there can be law, it must be defined first. The definition comes before the law, always.
So y'all gonna love this. This is why etymology is so important. Can y'all see my screen? It says slave, noun. Late circa 13th century, person who is chattel or property of another. From Old French esclave. Isn't esclave where Slav came from? From the medieval Latin sclavis. Now they put slave in here. This says source of an Italian Shivo, French, esclave, Spanish, esclavo, originally Slav, sea Slav, so used in this secondary sense because of the many Slavs sold into slavery by conquering peoples. Wait, what? So Slav was a type of people that was sold into slavery.
Yep. Timelines. And let me point something out. Some people probably called it. The three classifications again for the 1790 census: free person of color, free, white, and slave.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a classification for free white, what does that mean?
There's an enslaved white.
Oh, okay.
They think we ignorant because we live down here.
It's just a classification they created. This is the first census. They put everybody in three classes: free person of color, free white, or a slave. So what would an indentured be classified as on the census?
A slave.
Slave.
Oh, when they were
No matter what the race or color, you would be identified as a slave. You was in servitude. You was in debt.
Oh my goodness. Okay. The records, the census records. They're asking them if they that was why they were asking them if they owned their land or if they
No, the census didn't ask you. You didn't have the right. Basically, what they did, they identified you under certain rules. That's why you have to look at the rules that was given to the census takers. Then you'll understand the census a lot better. Read the rules that apply to that year's census on how they were ordered to identify people. They were given classifications on how to identify people, how to put them in these groups.
So to give you a better understanding of this, it says the oldest written history of Slavs can be shortly summarized: myriads of slave hunts and the enthrallment of entire peoples. The Slav was the most prized of human goods. With increased strength outside his marshy land of origin, hardened to the utmost against all privation, industrious content, with little good humored and cheerful, he filled the slave markets of Europe, Asia, and Africa. It must be remembered that every Slavonic slave who reached his destination, at least 10 succumbed to inhumane treatment during transportation to the heat of the climate. Indeed, Ibrahim, 10th century, himself, in all probability, a slave dealer, says, and the Slavs cannot travel to Lombardy on account of the heat which is fatal to them, hence their high price. The Arabian geographer of the 9th century tells us how the Magyars in Pontus steppe dominated all the Slavs dwelling near them. The Magyars made raids upon the Slavs and took their prisoners along the coast of Kirka, where the Byzantines came to meet them, and gave Greek brocades and such wares in exchange for prisoners. This is coming from Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, 1913. It says, meaning one who has... Go ahead.
You just read that they're telling you that they took these people as slaves to this place they call in Africa.
Mm-hmm. You caught that, right?
They ain't taking nobody from there. They're taking somebody to there.
Mm-hmm. Then David Corey caught something too. Okay, David Corey said the act always comes first before there's a law.
Yep. Defined in definition.
So, the more you know. So, now we know. And because the word is Slavic, it's slave, and it's talking about a specific group of people. And we know that in the 17 and the 1800s, that there were no slaves coming from Africa, because according to Europe, all of Europe, they could not get to and colonize Africa until after there was a cure for malaria, which didn't happen until after 1880. Don't believe me? Go do the research.
And you know what's amazing to me? Is how they switch terms in history. They keep telling you African slaves, right?
Mm-hmm.
But wouldn't these people coming from the Iberian Peninsula, aka North Africa, be African slaves?
Them the only people that could be African slaves. Either you're from Tangier or Algiers, because at this particular time there's only two classes of people or two countries in Ethiopia that are considered Africa. Then they would be your Berbers. They're the only people by definition that could be African slaves or your African Slavs.
And these Berbers were already living in Andalus before it was even called Spain, right?
Exactly.
So when it got conquered by the marriage with Isabella and
Ferdinand.
Orlando, Ferdinand, yes, correct. It became Spain. Now, they didn't bring like millions of people there when they got married, that settled, right? So if Spain is bringing slaves with them on their voyages, wouldn't it be the indigenous population of that area they would be bringing in slaves? Who else would they have? It's not like there's no magical Spanish people that just popped up when they got there. Wouldn't it be the same people that has always been there? You just reclassified them under new names?
Yep. So Slav and slave has the same origin, and it said that Slav was not spelled slave until 1788, 2 years before the 1790 federal census. And then that spelling ended in 1866. Not my words. So don't get mad at me. Get mad at your professor. Get mad at your teachers. Get mad at your scholars.
1866? Because what they say, that's the year that slavery was supposedly abolished and over with.
Mm-hmm.
They no longer use that as a classification or a status.
Right. So you go from being a slave to a prisoner. You trade one form of indentured servitude to another form of indentured servitude, which is basically free labor. So now instead of having to work your time off because you owe a debt, well, basically it's still the same thing. What is this?
Yeah.
Hold on. What did it say when you get out of jail? You've paid your debt to who?
Society. Either way, it's collecting the debt. It's either you do it voluntarily, or you gonna go in there and you gonna do it involuntarily.
I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
So, with that being said and read, and what if you take out Africa? Okay, you take out.
Hold on, you can't take out the answer to the question now. All questions.
Let her ask a question.
My bad. Get it
Stop being deficit.
What if you take out Africa altogether and look at it from the standpoint as if the narrative, if the understanding, the teaching, the knowing, the telling is we're descendants of slaves. They change the spelling of Slav to slave, which also changes or which creates a definition for that change of spelling. And you take out Africa and you come up with technically what they're referring to. If you take out Africa, everything that was in that agreement, you go from Slav to slave. then what they would be referring to in their teaching is a half-truth. So the truth is, we became descendants of slaves, but they weren't from Africa, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you got that became your classification. See, you got to remember what the census is designed to allocate resources. At the time, the nation is new. So if we're doing business, because this is business, we want our overhead to be as low as possible. So it would benefit us to bunch everybody up in 3 categories.
For easy accounting purposes.
Bingo.
Either you are free white woman, free white man, all others free, or you're a slave. And you notice that the funny thing about this is that I find interesting is that they separate the white man from the white woman, which creates a class. But they don't separate the other men from the other women because they say all others free. And they don't separate the slaves by men or women. I just found that interesting.
And the catchphrase, you always read it, but the way they programmed you, it don't stick out to you. It says free white men and free white women. So that's telling you you have enslaved white men and enslaved white women. Because if not, why else would you put free in front of it?
And here's another thing to think about. They would have to be free because their term of indentured servitude is up because you were once enslaved.
Yeah, they were calling it what was it called? I found records that said sponsored. That's what it was.
Yeah, your sponsor. When you get on that ship, your sponsor is the captain of that ship because that's who you owe.
Right.
So when you get on that ship, you are in debt to the captain of that ship. Once you get off that ship, you are now indebted to pay the ship's captain for that boat ride that you got. See, because here's the thing. In order for you to be a free white man, you had to be an enslaved white man. In order for you to be a free white woman, you had to be an enslaved white woman. Why else would they have said you're free? Free from what? Free from slavery. You had once been enslaved. Why would I need to say that this white woman or this white man are free? Because it's an incomplete statement. They're free now. They weren't always free. It's not what they're saying, it's what they're not saying. So those white men and white women were once indentured servants. And it needed to be allocated because now these white men and white women are now tax-paying citizens to the colony. And they needed a way to track them. Because if you're walking around and you're a white man or a white woman, normally you would be what? You would be a slave. Or you'd be an indentured servant. So there has to be something indicating that you were free, right? It had to be on books. It had to be on paper. Does this make sense to anybody? You had to have been a slave to be free. And an comment says, link one, Airhawk says, now we see why ADOS is not for us, among many reasons. If anyone would benefit from ADOS, it would be American descendants of Slavs. Exactly. Exactly. David Corey says, why did Slav end in, no, Slav didn't end in 1866. The term slave ended in 1866, David, and I see your point. Because you don't need slaves anymore or Slavs anymore, because now you have a prison system. Remember, the 13th Amendment was put into play to where you go from indentured servitude to prison. That's where you start having the black codes, and you start having Jim Crow laws, and standing around or not will look at people in the eye will put you into prison. Prison, if you go do the research, prisons didn't start becoming built in mass until after 1866. Because before then, as we saw during history and during the archives, they were imprisoning Indians in what? Institutions. Specifically the women. So they can get the land. And I just thought of something. What's another way to make somebody appear crazy? Are you rational when you drink?
Nope.
If I keep you liquored up, how rational, how hard is it to prove that you're insane if you're always drunk?
Oh, that's easy.
Now we know why there was an increase in mental facilities being built in the early 1800s. Because we were addicted to alcohol. So Celestial Love says, so working people, voluntary slave.
Yes. 13th Amendment. Slavery or involuntary servitude is illegal unless convicted of a crime.
So that means if you're convicted of a
13th Amendment, it's simple.
The 13th Amendment didn't abolish slavery, it changed the terms of slavery. It says slavery is illegal.
Control of the government.
Right. Slavery or involuntary servitude is illegal unless convicted of a crime. So if you are convicted of a crime, you are now sentenced to serve out that time in the form of involuntary servitude or slavery. Or what happened to the Slavs.
So, but now check this out. Check the wording, relatives. If there's involuntary servitude in slavery, if there's involuntary, what is that telling you? There's voluntary slavery. There's voluntary servitude.
Again, it's not what they're not saying. It's not what they are saying, it's what they're not saying. That's a good point. Involuntary slavery or servitude, meaning there is a form of voluntary slavery and servitude.
Inflammable means flammable? Wow, what a country.
So, I don't know. Hopefully this helps. Hopefully this breaks some spells. Hopefully this helps you understand the census. So now you know why the spelling of slave or the spelling of Slav was changed 2 years before the census came about. To create a class. We know the word slave comes from Slav. Why didn't they teach that in school? Because if they did, they would have to change the meaning of slavery. Kids will ask, well, why is slave? Well, why is Slav spelled like slave, and why did it spell it in 1866?
Is there any place in any state in North America or any city or county called Africa?
I don't know. That's a good question.
That's a good question.
You're so goofy. Hold on. Wow.
I
There-
found it.
Africa, Ohio.
You found a little Africa.
There is an Africa, Ohio.
What's the population? It's 54 people. What's them numbers looking like? Shout out to Giovanni.
Hold on. Census. Yeah, I don't see a population. But let me go ahead and show my screen. Gabby, that was
Africa, Ohio. Don't call it Africa. I say they from Ohio.
You're so stupid. It says Africa is an unincorporated community located in Orange Township of Southern Delaware, Ohio County, United States by Alum Creek.
Why do they sound made up?
It says Africa is adjacent to the Alum Creek State Park and Ohio Recreation Area on Africa Road, which roughly follows the Underground Railroad route that escaped slaves took before the American Civil War.
That's how I got his name.
Man.
If you like it, I love it.
Africa
That's
began
what you
as
think.
hold on. Africa began as Orange Station, and some early accounts describe the area as East Orange Post Office. Orange Station at one time had a post office, a general store, and saloon. Africa is named after the Underground Railroad and is thought to be the only town in the world named after the Underground Railroad. Its first church is thought to have been the Methodist church that was established on the east side of Alum Creek in approximately 1828. In 1843, the slavery question separated its congregation. The anti-slavery portion organized the Wesleyan Church on the east side of Alum Creek. The first services were held in a cabin on the Alum Creek Flats near the Patterson residence. In 1876, members of the congregation built a church located in present-day Africa. A historic marker in the area recounts the history of known community was delivered to the slavery question and how African received this name. Now here's my question when it comes to that. Because this is what we do know. There were people that had ships. Why were these people escaping and they didn't go back to Africa?
Well, hold on, but this is the. Oh, go ahead, Gabby. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it says the slavery question separated its congregation.
Mm-hmm.
Who's backing up the cab?
Yeah, watch out. Don't get hit.
Yeah, the slavery question segregated its congregation. The anti-slavery portion organized the Wesleyan Church on the east side of Alum Creek. The first services were held in a cabin on Alum Creek Flats near the Patterson residence in 1876. Now here's the funny part, because when you look at timelines, what was happening in 1828? What was happening in the 1820s? There was two things that was happening between 1820 and 1870. What kicked off in 1820? The Trail of Tears, right? The movement of the Indians from the southeast to where?
The West.
To the west. Also, you start having a large influx of Germans and Irish coming in. It is stated and is supported in archives and in documents that Ireland emptied half of its population into America between 1820 and 1870. now you have this place called the Underground Railroad. So here's my question. It's named after the Underground Railroad, so the Underground Railroad was called Africa?
That's what I was. Woo! Questions.
I thought it was just written funny, but I'm glad y'all was thinking the same thing.
Okay, had to loosen up for this one. And it's the only place named after the Underground Railroad. So again, what is the connection with the word Africa and Underground Railroad?
And why is there no history of people catching the Underground Railroad, getting on a ship going back to Africa? Why would you not go back home?
But hold on, we got to question that now, because Africa is the name of the place because of the Underground Railroad. So why is that continent over there called Africa then?
Yeah, that continent over there is called the Underground Railroad. So now, we know that now in 2019. Thank you, TMH, for reading that.
If the word Africa is interchangeable, maybe I'm reading a little bit too much into it. Somebody stop me, please.
No, it says Africa is named after the Underground Railroad. So the Underground Railroad
wrote too much into it. That's what happened. They even wrote too much into it. You ain't reading too much into it.
What? I'm confused. I need a moment.
Confused as say.
It's Gabby's fault. It says, in 1876, members of the congregation built a church located in present-day Africa. That gives a whole new definition and meaning to the out of Africa theory, doesn't it? Africa is named after the Underground Railroad and is thought to be the only town in the world named after the Underground Railroad. Let me look this up, Underground Railroad, see what we get. It said, Underground Railroad was a network of secret routes and safe houses established in the United States during the early and mid-19th century used by enslaved African Americans to escape the free states and Canada. The scheme was assisted by abolitionists and others sympathetic to the cause of escapees, not literally a railroad, but rather a secretly organized means of movement that works both black and white, free and enslaved, who aided the fugitives, can also be referred to as the Underground Railroad. Various other routes led to Mexico. Whoa, stop, wait, time out, pause.
Black and white, what? Black and white, what?
Free and enslaved, who aided the fugitives, also could be referred to as Underground Railroad. So, various other routes led to Mexico. How are you gonna be running to Mexico when there's an Indian Mexican war? There's an Indian and Texas War. We already know that there were black Seminoles. I'm using history's terms. So how could you tell the black Seminoles from the escaped slaves? I'll wait.
They wasn't running away. They was running to the battle lines. That's what was happening. They were fighting back. Rewritten and told through a different lens, it puts a whole nother agenda and narrative.
So it just so happens that slaves were going south to fight in the Texas Indian War and the Mexican Indian War. Wouldn't you be able to separate the Indians from the Texans, or the Indians from the Mexicans, or the Indians from the slaves based off of their narrative? How did all these people escape? And there was nothing in history that took, because remember, we did a history on the Texas Indian War, and there was no speaking of slaves escaping from the South, or escaping from the North coming to the South, or escaping from the South coming further south. There's no mention of that. Now there is a mention of Seminoles having, but there's a mention of Seminoles having slaves. But here's a question: what did they use as currency to buy these slaves, and where did they buy these slaves from? And what Indian had time while he was fighting to purchase a slave? Where's the auction block? Because if you think about it, there had to be an auction block for an Indian to purchase a slave. But there was only a couple of ports in Texas where there would have been a slave block and one of them was not in Waco, because we know that's where the ITSA docked their ships at. So somebody lying.
Mm-hmm.
McGraw-Hill universities, Pan-Africans, y'all got some explaining to do. Because we got 10 terabytes of information based off all the ships that docked in the United States of America, and ain't one of them from Africa. So either you're lying then or you're lying now. Either way, you're lying.
Your so-called Underground Railroad story is an overlay to hide the fact that ancestors were migrating down south to fight in the wars. Isn't it convenient that they run at the same time, parallel?
Mm-hmm. It says that it says that an early escape route running south toward Florida when a Spanish possession, except in 1863 to 1883, existed from the late 17th century until Florida became the United States territory in 1821. One of the main reasons Florida was purchased by the United States was to end its function as a safe haven for escaped slaves. That's not true, because according to Spanish history, the Spaniards could not control the Indians down south, and they gave that to the United States. So either Spain's lying or the United States is lying. And we read multiple accounts of Florida Florida being owned by Spain, aka the Iberian Peninsula, but they had no control of those Indians. So they sold that territory to the United States because the United States wanted to take control of Florida. We just read that. And now this says one of the main reasons Florida was purchased by the United States was to end its function as a safe haven for escaped slaves. So why are there no Indians talking about escaped slaves running down Florida? Why are they not talking about the Seminoles, who are the 10th and 9th Cavalry, being a band of escaped runaway slaves? Why does it not talk about, think about this, if these people, these soldiers, would know the difference between a free and escaped slave, why were they not in charge of rounding out the escaped slaves? Because they were down there. You don't hear anything about the Buffalo Soldiers rounding up escaped slaves. Why not? You would have thought they would cross paths, right? No.
One would think.
Anybody?
One would assume.
So, however, the network, now generally known as Underground Railroad, was formed in the late 1700s. It ran north and grew steadily until the Civil War began. One estimate suggests that 1,850 to 100,000 slaves had escaped via the railroad. British North America, present-day Canada, was a desirable destination as its long border gave many points of access. It was further from slave catchers and beyond the reach of the United States Fugitive Slave Acts. Most former slaves reaching Canada by boats across Lake Erie and Lake Ontario settled in Ontario. Stop. If you reach there, Lake Ontario and Lake Erie by boat, why didn't you get that boat to take you back to Africa? You was on a boat. So instead of a boat taking you back to Africa, you go to Ontario. You don't know anything about Ontario. Wouldn't it make more sense for you to go to where you are from? See, this is how they're telling themselves.
There's something that was said, if we back up a little. It said black and white.
Mm-hmm.
Could it be possible that there's two movements going on? You have your whites that's fleeing from servitude going north, and you have your Indians going south to fight.
It's very possible. It's very possible.
It would make more sense, and the reason why I say that, it would seem to make more sense. That's why certain Indians would negotiate with certain members in the United States, because the common bond that they shared, they were both fleeing servitude. But then somebody reneged, but we know how that goes.
So then it goes on to say, settled in Ontario, more than 30,000 people are said to have escaped via the network during the 20-year period peak. Although U.S. Census figures account for only 6,000, numerous fugitive stories are documented in 1872 book, The Underground Railroad Records by William Steele, an abolitionist who then headed the Philadelphia Vigilance Committee. So the census, who is very accurate and detailed, only accounts for 6,000 fugitives. Only. But there is an estimated, or to suggest, between 1,800, hold on. Oh, that by 1850, 100,000 slaves had escaped via the Underground Railroad.
Fugitives from where?
You know why? You know why? Because the other ones were reclassified as free white men or free white women. Where are you getting these large populations of indentured servants? Think about it. Where are they coming from? These are the same immigrants that's coming in by the millions, bucking contracts.
Mm-hmm.
How does this area of Canada, which shows no record of no mass migration of people being sent down no boat, get large population of people of European descent?
So let's do this. Let's look at the etymology and put the word Slav where it's supposed to be based off the definitions. So the Underground Railroad was formed in the late 1700s.
Mm-hmm.
There was no such word as slave then.
Mm-hmm.
And it said it ran north and grew steadily until the Civil War began. Right?
Mm-hmm.
The fugitives account for only 6,000 fugitives. Stories are documented in the 1872 book, The Underground Railroad. When this book was published in 1872, what was the definition of Slav? Still the same, right? When did the spelling of Slav take place? Before 1872 or after 1872?
Before.
So, no, it was after. It was 1788, yeah. So, the narrative changed. The book was put out 2 years, but actually it was 74 years after the first census. David, hold on. Mr. TJ says, don't need a boat to go to Ohio. So this book is documented fugitive stories. So think about this. This book was put out in 1872, right? If you're fighting against the North, right? Work with me, follow me. If you're fighting against the North, any stolen property or any arms raised against the government made you a victim of the Confiscation Act of what? 1860, right? Right? Now follow where I'm going. This book was published after the Confiscation Act. Why did the government not mandate William Steele to hand over all the abolitionists that raised arms against the United States? Because they had to have guns to sneak these people across state lines. Why did they not lose their territory? Why did they not lose their support? Why did they not lose their property? Because they would have been in blatant violation of the Confiscation Act.
Mm-hmm.
I'll wait. So you mean to tell me you just gonna let everybody go? Over 100,000 people that broke the law, you just gonna let them go? But the Indians that broke the law, you're gonna give them a harsher sentence. The people that are from here, you're gonna give them a harsher sentence. But the slaves that cost you money get to be free. I'm gonna say that again. The slaves that you brought here that cost you money to the tune of over 100,000 that were free, according to this book, there is no reciprocity for them, but there's reciprocity for Indians. Come on, man.
Ooh.
Go ahead.
This so happened, there's a case law for that. And the case law deals with John Punch. And in this law, it was stated the difference in punishment was if you was a Christian or not.
Ooh.
Christians could not be held in slavery at this time like that. They can get time added on to their indentured servitude, but they couldn't be held in slavery forever. That's where they made the difference. This is documented court records. At this time, there was no separation.
Remember, the law follows the action, right?
Yep. That's why the two white immigrants, along with John Bunch, there was three of them that ran away. All three of them got lashings. All three of them got lashings with a whip. The two of them got 4 years added on to their indentured servitude. He got a life sentence.
So John Bunch got a life sentence because he was not a Christian?
Yes. Documented court record.
Let's talk about what's the reason.
So that further explains why, and this is how we all toss up back based off timelines, that also explains why a lot of our Indian ancestors put down a tomahawk and picked up a Bible.
Bingo.
I'm going to say it again. That explains why a lot of our ancestors put down the tomahawk and picked up a Bible.
Timelines. And for those who don't know, John Punch is documented as the first slave. You can look him up. The court case is public info. A basic Google search, you'll see all this in there.
All this because Gabby asked a daggone question. That daggone Gabby. Is there an Africa in the United States?
You big Gabby?
Can't help it.
All this because she asked one daggone question, and we then went all around the world and came back to find that there is an Africa in Ohio named after the Underground Railroad, which sounds fishy as Funyuns.
You know it.
The historic marker in the area, I'm going back to reading the Africa. The historic marker in the area accounts the history of how the community was divided by slavery questions and how Africa received its name. This is going to be fun, peoples.
Well, maybe the term African American is legit.
You African American if you're from Africa, Ohio. Samuel Patterson arrived in East Orange in 1824 and within a few years began to hide runaway slaves in his home. He also invited anti-slavery speakers to the pulpit in East Orange Methodist Church, which brought Patterson and his neighbors into conflict with the bishop. Following their conscience, they became the Wesleyan Methodists and built a new church. A pro-slavery neighbor mocked them by calling their community Africa. Come on, man. That don't even sound. A pro-slavery neighbor. What's the neighbor's name?
Because he sure gave a whole town a name.
So the whole town has a name.
But he ain't got one.
You can give me Samuel Patterson. You can give me the name of the church that he founded, but you can't give me the name of the neighbor that mocked him. I don't think he just said that once, right?
Yeah, he told him, and then he ran with it.
That's right, David Corey. The first churches in the Americas were schools for Indians. It's Bunch with a B, Bravo, B-U-N-C-H. Bravo, Uniform, November, Charlie, Hotel.
Or Punch. They have it under either one.
Oh,
Punch
it's
or
either.
Bunch.
Oh, okay, my bad. It's either one, David Corey, my bad.
But Punch is definitely going to come up.
So, a pro-slavery neighbor mocked them by calling that community African, so East Orange was renamed. When was it renamed? The village has disappeared, but several homes owned by Patterson and his neighbors still stand in this vicinity. The reverse side of the market adds the following information. In 1859, slaves from North Carolina plantation owned by the Austin family were sent north. The plantation's mistress had disapproved of the slavery and made arrangements for the slaves to travel to Ohio on freedom. These slaves moved to the community of Africa, lived in log homes, were employed by anti-slavery farmers, and joined the Wesleyan Methodist Church. After the Civil War, the freed slaves left Africa and settled the communities of Delaware and Westfield. Patterson family built the original double log cabin in the 1820s, and sometime near the year 1840, family members built a mansion in the east side of Alum Creek. This is additional homes built by Patterson still standing. These buildings were important Underground Railroad stations. So they can tell you where the Underground Railroad started. Go ahead.
Why does this sound like a conversion station?
Mm-hmm.
That Indians came here to convert to Christianity to reduce sentences if they were caught.
That's what it sounds like, definitely.
Like a sanctuary.
Yep. Because that's what churches were, weren't they?
Yeah.
The particular Underground Railroad route assumed national importance because of its relationship to two famous songwriters. The station north of the Patterson farm was Mount Vernon and the home of Dan Emmett. In 1842, Emmett and three other men formed the Virginia Minstrels. Emmett wrote Old Dan Tucker, Dixie Turkey, and In the Straw with the Blue Tail Fly. Dixie became popular immediately, and as the Civil War began, troops of both North and South arms marched to this tune. But by the end of 1861, Dixie had become a Southern song. Emmett was not a Southern sympathizer and was not pleased when the Confederacy adopted his tune as an unofficial national anthem. The Virginia Minstrels are today considered the nation's first true minstrel troupe. The minstrel show represented America's first indigenous musical theater. Whoa, stop. Back up. The minstrel show represented America's first indigenous musical theater. Around the turn of the 20th century, this form evolved into vaudeville and later into Broadway productions. Benjamin Hannaby and Africa, Ohio. The station to the south of the Patterson place was in Westerville, Ohio, where Benjamin Hannaby, an Audubon College student, heard the story a sick slave had told about his sweetheart Nellie Gray had been sold down the river. He wanted to get to Canada and earn money to buy Nellie's freedom, but he died. Hannaby began to write a song later. A Kentucky slave auction stirred him to compose more stanzas, and he added a chorus. This song became the well-known Darling Nellie Gray. The song recounts a tale of Nellie, who white men bound in chains and took to Georgia, working her in the cotton as she slowly died. Hannaby also wrote the Christmas Carol Up on the Housetop. and the Christian hymn "Who is He in Yonder Stall?" As a result of this thematic emphasis, Hannaby has been dubbed the Uncle Tom's Cabin of songs. Songs such as these and writers such as those of Ohio Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin sensitized Northerners to the conditions of slavery and helped to initiate anti-slavery movement. Hannaby's home is now a historic landmark standing adjacent to the Audubon University campus. Hannaby's grave is in the nearby Audubon Cemetery in Westville, Ohio. Africa today. Alum Creek State Park is adjacent recreation area in this region of central Ohio, and the park receives over 3 million visitors annually because the town of Africa is located next to this park and located within sight of the Alum Creek Dam. Many visitors will recognize the town and the road, but may not be aware of the area's historic significance. Africa, Ohio was saluted on the country musical television show Hee Haw in 1973. At the time, it had a population of 16. Africa, Ohio was saluted on the country music television show Hee Haw in 1973, and at the time it had a population of 16. So how old is Africa, Ohio?
This is what I want to know.
If you only have a population of 16.
Come on now.
So the book that article, well, okay. The general plan was freedom, a Negro secret order of the Underground Railroad. I think this is a really interesting read.
Y'all been not paying attention, y'all?
I mean, this talks about basically these two men got an education by Quakers, settled in Detroit. Somebody trying to claim a husband, his wife, his family, children. They all, the whole community, when the master, so to speak, came to claim them, the justice, the judge or whatnot, sided on the side of the master. The whole community snatched the husband and the wife and the children, took them up to Canada. Africa, Ohio, huh?
I'm looking to see where they changed the name. See if I can. Come on. Understand. So we're looking for Africa, Ohio. This gives you a list of when all the states changed their names. I mean, when all the cities changed their names. It don't say anything about Africa in here. It just says Ohio, Cleveland, Gamblesville became Shelby, Lausanville became Cincinnati, Salestown became Dublin. But it doesn't say anything.
I mean, both these men were born free. This book talks about how they were born free. Both had businesses. They built a whole community of from 150 Negroes in 1830 to over 1,400 when the Civil War came.
Yeah, I don't see, it doesn't show, hold on, Delaware County, Ohio. Yeah, it doesn't show when the name was changed to Africa, which is interesting because if you tell me when the name was changed to Africa, we could tell you when Africa became Africa. And what I mean by that is you can't change the name to something until yeah, it doesn't even talk about when the name was changed to Africa, which I find interesting. Interesting. Mr. TJ says, okay, so Africa was here first. I'm not sure Africa was here first, Mr. TJ. In 1973, the population of Africa, Ohio was 16. So it doesn't sound like Africa was that old. If they only got a population of 16.
So the state became a state. Northwest Territory was divided in the 1800s, reorganized for the mission March 1803, 17th state of the United States. So 1803 it became a state. Look where the history began. French explorers from Canada reached Ohio River, from which the Ohio country took its name. A river the Iroquois called Oyo, the Great River. Before that, Native Americans speaking Algonquin languages. So let's get to Africa.
What you looking for, Gabby?
I'm looking for what Africa was before it was Africa.
You talking about the country?
No.
Oh, you mean Africa, Ohio?
Yeah.
Oh, it was called was located in Orange Township, a southern Delaware County, Ohio, United States of Bylam County. So, hold on, I'll be able to tell you in a second. It says Africa is adjacent to a Long Creek State Park. Okay.
Okay, it was called East Orange before it was called Africa.
Mm-hmm.
The pro-slavery neighborhood mocked them by calling their community Africa.
When?
And give me a second. I think I've clicked on this before.
It's gonna be a dagger to itself. It's gonna be like 19. It's like, oh no.
Yeah, P. Parker. 16 people.
So a plantation owner in 1859 started this? I don't understand.
But they don't tell you when it was the name was officially changed.
It was changed in 1824 from East Orange to Africa.
Really?
Yeah.
I'd have to go look that up.
I'll give you this link. Hold on.
And what was the name of the person that founded it?
Samuel. Hold on. Why is this not letting me paste? Okay. Samuel Patterson.
So my question is, if it was founded in 1824, but there's only has only a population of 16, what happened? Is this where they got the slaves of Africa from? Is that why they got 16 people? What'd you say, Gabby?
Nah, I'm reading through this. This stuff doesn't add up. So, apparently the village was named. Okay. Okay, Westerville in 1824, the village was named East Orange. So in 1824, the village was named East Orange.
Mm-hmm.
The community had a general store, blah, blah, blah. Peterson built a cabin, blah, blah, blah. In 1841, he built a lovely home. Was he related to this Orun Olson in North Carolina?
Hold on, I can go up, so I might be able to give you some information.
Okay. In 1859, a group of slaves began an amazing journey from slavery in North Carolina to freedom in East Orange, Ohio.
So it's still called East Orange at that time.
Right. Their story is very unusual and needs to be told and remembered. The slaves lived on a plantation owned by Orun Alston. Orun was part of a family who owned slaves, and at the age of 9, he inherited from his father a plantation in Chatham County, and slaves. Time passed and he grew older. Okay. Married his wife Miriam and increased the number of slaves he owned until his death in 1851. Miriam and he did not have children, so she inherited the farm and the slaves on it. For some reason, which we do not know, Miriam chose to provide a different life for her slaves. Upon her death in September 1855, she left her slaves to her lawyer and agent with the understanding that he'd find a way to provide for their freedom in a free state.
Agent? What kind of agent? Indian agent?
I don't know. I'm wondering if these are... See, it's saying, I don't know. These may have been her children. Because they had no children together.
I just find it interesting that it was named. They don't tell you exactly when the name was changed, but when you go look up the states that have changed the names of the counties, it doesn't show up there. Now, this is one thing I will say. It's adjacent to a state park. I'm thinking the state park owned it and carved out that section to call it Africa and created the whole story. That's my story.
Well, it says the freed Alston slaves became landowners, musicians, and artists, and also participated in hiding runaway slaves who traveled to the village. Their descendants served in the military and became educators. After the Olson freed slaves' arrival in East Orange, a neighbor traveling to the village noticed the dark faces among the longtime residents and declared East Orange looked like Africa. That name was embraced by the residents, black and white. East Orange became known as Africa. Today, Alum Creek Reservoir covers much of the original village, but some homes still stand, and there is a road linking Westerville to the former town called Africa Road, which reminds us of the people who made their homes there and worked for the cause of freedom for all.
So it said it became known. See, here's the thing. It said it became known as Africa. It didn't say the name of the city. It was changed to Africa.
And this is 1859, which is weird. Why would you have to do this? And emancipation is 1863.
And this is in Ohio.
It's not only that. Okay.
It's only one family, though. It's a family that went there.
Well, it says 28 slaves. It says
But
20.
it's a family. I'm looking at their genealogy.
All right.
It's the Hold on, I can find their family name real quick again. Give me 1 second. Senior other anti-Western community. And they were Methodists. The North Carolina Austin family slaves were sent to north to Ohio. So the Austin family.
If it mentions an Austin family.
It was basically a Methodist church. I'll post the link in the chat.
Yeah, 1859, slaves from North Carolina plantation owned by Austin family were sent north. The plantation's mistress had disapproved of the slavery and made arrangements for the slaves to travel to Ohio and freedom. These slaves moved to the community of Africa, lived in log homes, were employed by the anti-slavery farmers, and joined the Wesleyan Methodist Church. Stop. Sharecroppers.
When did the Slave Act? What year was the Slave Act again?
When you say the Slave Act, what do you mean? Anti-Slavery Act?
Yeah. No.
No, people started acting like slaves.
So-called emancipation.
No, it's a Slave Act. It's like 1825 or something like that. Hold on.
Oh, you basically talking about some being able to, because we just read not too long ago about the running away of slaves. So you passed the Anti-Slavery Act, or you passed a Slavery Act where they can't cross state lines, and if they cross state lines, there's a fine or something like that.
Right.
I know it had to be in the early 1800s. But here's the thing that I'm seeing. It said each Orange Methodist Church which brought Patterson and his neighbors into conflict with the bishop. Hold on, let me go back. Oh yeah, it says in 1859, slaves from the North Carolina plantation owned by the Austin family were sent north. The plantation's mistress had disapproved of slavery and made arrangements for the slaves to travel to Ohio and freedom. These slaves moved to the community of Africa, lived in long houses, were employed by farmers, and joined the Methodist Church. Like Bone says, transitioning from Indians to Christians. It was the transition house. Bones, I think you saw the case. The Underground Railroad was a series of churches that turned the tomahawks into Bibles. And turned your chiefs into deacons.
I knew it was gonna dagger itself.
That's what it looks like. Because remember, it talked about Indians having the ability to call themselves Black Irish and Black Dutch, right? How do you prove, and this is what Jameson said, how do you prove that you're Black Irish and Black Dutch? By two things, your shoes and your Bible. Where do you go to get a Bible? Church, right? I'm just saying.
Or the hotel, motel, Holiday Inn.
I think they merged two stories. You may have had Slavs escaping, but you got to remember the Slavs that were escaping, or the Slavs that was coming over here, were already a form of Christian anyway. So that has nothing to do with them escaping. They were escaping because they probably didn't want to be in indentured service. The Indians were the one they were trying to turn into Christians. So I think the stories are layered on top of each other. You mix the slaves running away with the Indians being persecuted. You combine the stories, and instead of it being an Underground Railroad, you have these Indians going to churches so they can then come back, or they can then stay on their land and be American citizens. That's just my viewpoint. I could be wrong. We'll be the first one last time. So, man, it's 11:26. Got to go. So,
Oh, I found pictures.
of who?
People,
What type of people, Gabby?
melanated.
Okay, we gonna do this. We gonna do this really.
Wait.
I found pictures.
Who you going for president? Of what? President of what? United States of what? America. What America?
I found pictures of who? People. What kind of people? Melanated.
You know, people with eyes.
Mm-mm-mm.
And the things on the side of their head, they, with ears.
Ah. Mm-mm-mm. Gabby. Alright, where'd you put it?
In the chat.
Okay. Doodle vision always comes through. Africa didn't get the name until 1980. Prior to that, it was known as Soul Sonic Force Planet Rock. Don't stop. Stop, really. He's so funny.
What's that? Boom bada, boom bada.
Stop.
You talking about some African bambata. I can't.
Faster.
Okay. So what's this, the book?
As far as I know, it's a PDF.
You know what? I can't.
Okay, I said something wrong.
Well, I know it's a PDF of a book, right?
It possibly is.
I can't.
I'm going to the beginning. Hold on.
It's a table of contents.
It's a book.
These people don't like no ex-slaves to me.
Now, if I remember correctly, TMH, the men in black did tell them how to carry themselves. It's that new slave. Shout out to Kanye. It's a nice 60 degrees out today. Grand rising. Peace to the chat. Peace to the panel. Is we still live?
Yeah, we still live. We about to shut it down. Gabby doing
I know
the best.
Gabby got like 23 more questions. 23 more. I'm joking. I'm joshing.
Mr. TJ talking about some another hour. Not today. Y'all are funny. So, Gabby, anything you want to say before we let these good people get up out of here? They record having a fit. He told me, so this dude always ends our party. Get him out of here. Gabby, ask another question. That's what he said.
Okay.
Get him out of here.
Okay, so you know that book I was telling you that they were talking, where they talk about Baptiste and what's the other guy's name? Lambert. The general plan was freedom, a Negro secret order on the Underground Railroad.
I think I remember you talking about it.
It's a reference in one. What page? What website was that? About Africa, Ohio.
Well, Pamela Hall, the race of the people in this Africa county is they're melanated people. It's actually Gabby put the link in the chat. It's actually a PDF of a book that's 82 pages. It's got pictures.
I'm gonna put this link to this book too. It says there was further strong reason why Detroit would appeal to them. Both Lambert and Baptiste, when they settled in Detroit, were already fired with anti-slavery zeal. Then why would they not seek out this border city, a main escape route for fleeing slaves? And with the Negro population, small though it was, that had shown itself militant in behalf of the fugitives. One notorious case appears on the record. It had happened several years before Lambert came, but without any doubt, young Lambert heard the story when he made his first exploratory visit to Detroit. So they're going to Detroit. The incident itself was not unusual for the times. A man and wife named Blackburn, fugitive slaves from Kentucky, had settled in Detroit assuming they were safe. But when the master arrived and laid claim to the couple, his claim was upheld by the justice of the peace. The Blackburns were arrested, lodged in jail, and brought before the judge to be delivered to the owner. The Negro community was fiercely aroused, forming in crowds and sending delegations. Okay. It rescued the wife by subterfuge. It rescued the wife by subterfuge and then secured the man by sheer force of numbers, carried in a couple of ways to safety to Canada.
So, you said this is a book you're reading from?
Yeah, hold on. I'm about to. I don't know. I'm posting the link.
Okay, so I know you read that for a reason. So I know you read that for a reason.
Well, what caught my eye is them saying that they took the family to Canada.
Okay. Gabby,
Huh?
James wants you to read something. You see it?
Oh, shout out to Punky Brewster, Henry, and their pet muskrat.
Lambert the sheepish lion? Really? Anyway. Alright. So it's time for our salutation so we can get up out of here.
Lambert the sheepish lion. Do you think I could? You rock too, Carrie.
David Corey be getting on
Okay,
me.
my bad, Corey.
It's all good.
Nah, I heard you how you slid that in there real quick. Gonna say it properly so I could hear it so I could correct myself. Okay.
Mm-mm. You know why that happened? You know why that happened? For real though, you know why that happened?
Yeah, I thought Carrie Bay was in the chat. I ain't know.
No, but you know why that happened, right? Cause that was my cause that was my shadow.
Oh, that was my shadow. Oh, that was different.
Wasn't Punky Brewster the promotion of the Rainbow Bright doll?
In a sense,
Okay.
they ran hand in hand.
Okay.
So Gabby, what you got for the good people before we head out?
Oh man.
They put you on the spot, did they?
Always. Absolutely always.
Not me. No.
Oh wait, I didn't finish this. Hold on. It says after they coupled them away to safety in Canada, the sheriff, it was said, was wounded in the riots. Negro citizens were arrested and held for trial. While the whole white community became so aroused, the mayor called frantically for the aid of the federal troops. Company E, 4th Artillery, was dispatched with speed with a letter of instruction that reflected current fears as it spoke to the terror into which the citizens of Detroit have been thrown in consequence of some hostile movements of the Black population.
Peapocket says Negro community. There were a bunch of Negro communities around that time frame, or AKA Indian communities. Gabby,
Yeah.
last words.
All right. No, I'm not giving no last words. You can hear them all.
Go on in and salutate.
Yes, salutate. Why make it sound like marinade with salutations?
Let it salutate.
That's such your lip drip. Not funny? Okay.
Yep, just a tad bit.
Okay. All right. Peace, blessings, prosperity to everyone. Once again, another day where it gets blown. it's crazy how we read about all this and we still don't pay attention to the fact that things have been facaded in such a way where we are still Indian against Indian, fighting against each other, our egos and everything else. And it is really interesting and amazing how we don't pay attention, how we're used as pawns. We don't pay attention how something as simple as just being kind to our relatives, to each other, to ourselves, making a conscious choice to be better men, be better women, be better Indians, not just to ourselves, but each other. It's just really interesting to see how things play out and how it's just the same thing. We just don't see it. We don't know who we are. We're lost. We take pride in something that we think we know, and we don't know crap. So yeah, I'm sending love out today. Peace and definitely love, understanding, wisdom, and knowledge. Yeah.
All right. Before I release the mics for Can't Get Right, let me read what James put out.
Won't get right.
Really, that's what we doing?
You sure I can't go first?
No, you can't go first.
Okay.
Shout out to Giovanni from Young and the Restless.
And also shout out to General that his fried chicken is butt kicking.
General Soul Fried Chicken. It's butt
kicking.
It's catchy.
All right. You can go ahead. Don't sign out.
Nah, I don't want to go now.
You don't want to go now? Okay, fine then.
No, I'm gonna go. Go on mute. Oh, no. But yeah, peace to the panel. Peace to the chat. Peace. Man, grand rising, y'all. Great grand rising. Have the great rest of y'all's day. Check us out on the A2 app, the app that plays. Shout out to Giovanni. We'll see y'all mañana.
Shout out to the gender neutral guy because he can walk through any neighborhood carefree.
Yeah, fence rider.
Wow. All right. So
Cool, we're both.
I'm still in the corner.
You know what? I'm not. Shout out and grand rising and peace to the silent majority. Appreciate y'all. Shout out and peace to people who have registered, the newly people that have registered on the channel. Shout out to the best chat on planet Earth. Even though y'all don't ever want us to end the show, and y'all always trying to get Gabby to partner with y'all in y'all shenanigans, still much love and respect, especially that David Corey. Talking about some TMH move. I'm trying to move, y'all won't let me. Anyway, everything we do is to help people with their genealogy. So hopefully this helps people understand the timelines and how putting timelines together is important, so you can understand the census and you can understand the purpose of the census. Like Bone says, you not only need to look at the census, but you need to look at the directions that the numerators were given for the census, and that makes it that much easier. Judith says, read my shout outs, dang blasted. We read your shout outs. She did read your shout out, dude. She said shout out to the gender neutral.
Okay, I'll do it again. Let me do it in a row. Let me do it again. All right. Shout out to gender neutral guy because he can walk through any neighborhood carefree. Shout out. Shout out to Giovanni from Young and the Restless. Shout out to the general and his fried chicken. It's butt kicking. That's
I'm
it,
still
right?
in the corner.
Oh, shout out to Punky Brewster, Henry, and their pet muskrat. I did that one, right?
You've actually read all of them, so this will be the second time you read them.
Come down here, messing with these people.
Anyway, with that being said, hold on.
You know
Yeah.
what? I got a question. I do.
Really, Gabby? Really? Go ahead, ask it.
Ask a question.
Go ahead. I got my eye on the chat. Go ahead.
Well, because I was privy to some things, and I experienced some things, and as a woman, I'm probably emotional. I'm probably gonna make this all emotional right now. I'll take that. But what y'all do from the heart, right? Because y'all care.
Yeah.
Care Bears care.
Care Bear stare.
Oh, you remember that 80s?
Get to the point. Gabby. Gabby. Your point. Your point.
I'm just saying, y'all do what y'all do because y'all care. Y'all do what y'all do because y'all not only care about yourselves, but you care about your community. And you realize that, and you guys recognize that what you do not only affects your immediate family that you may marry to or give birth to, but also your family around you, right?
Yeah.
Right on.
That's what music.
Making a point, I guess.
I
Yes.
really appreciate that example. I genuinely do. I appreciate that example that you guys have laid out for many of us to not necessarily follow behind, but have a guide to make ourselves better.
Oh.
There isn't anyone doing anything. AKA, ain't nobody doing nothing.
Peace. I wanted to join.
Wide open.
Hey, I'm trying to call in, y'all. Y'all don't leave me out.
Who this here? Grand Rising. Who this here?
It's Dave, y'all.
Is this
David
Mr.
Corey.
Mr. Corey.
Mr.
Hold on,
Corey.
Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey. David Carey.
The show ain't over just yet, y'all.
It ain't over.
The party ain't over.
How y'all doing?
We doing good,
I'm
man.
trying to end this thing, man. It ain't time to end just yet, y'all.
What's
How you
going
doing,
on,
love?
Mr. Corey?
Tip, Gabby.
David Curry.
Yeah, that's what that is. How y'all doing?
Back and forth.
We doing fine. So you called and
good.
said the show. You doing your
Hold on,
puppy?
TMH. Hold on, TMH. I'm gonna get with you in a minute. Hold on. Yeah.
Man,
Gabby, what were you saying, Gabby?
Huh?
What were you saying?
Huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Man, y'all mess around and cut
love
the
y'all.
music.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm straight up, y'all. Straight up. I love this channel. Y'all are some of the best people that I have met. And I haven't met y'all, but I mean that I know. Y'all are some of the best people. I want y'all to, let's get together. Let's get together. Let's really get to know each other straight up. Stop running from each other.
I ain't running. What you talking about?
Oh, I know you ain't TLMate. I know how to find you, TLMate.
I mean, it's been posted for 9 months. I mean, 9:30 a.m.
Yeah.
Mike Jones.
We know how to find TLMate. Go ahead, Boston, sir.
281-330-80. PTMH.
Yeah. But straight up, yeah, I really do enjoy the time I spend with you guys. I want to know a little bit more about this HUD home. I'm gonna keep searching, but I need to do more research on that. I really do.
You can just call us and we can help you with what you need to know. You do know that, right? That's why the number is on.
Oh yeah, I know. I know now. I know now. I know how to get in now. I know how to get in.
Like it's a secret. This ain't hey, David Corey. This ain't the Underground Railroad. I've never been there.
Africa. Ain't no Africa.
I thought it was something like that at one time. Go ahead, Bone. No, I was just laughing. Yeah, I thought it was something like the Underground Railroad at one time.
It worked. It worked.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I see. And ain't none of them other cats ever called in, man.
I mean, you know.
Understand, Gabrielle.
You know, it is what it is.
But that's okay.
Yep.
Yeah, what it is. I guess so. And all them other channels seem to be doing.
I just hope sincerely, and I mean this, I hope they're not negatively affected by COPA. I really do, because regardless of how I feel about their content, no one deserves to have their channel shut down because of shenanigans from YouTube and Google. So if y'all watch their channels and y'all subscribe to their channels, please have them go over those COPA laws so they just don't get abruptly shut down and all of their content removed, because that would be a travesty. Like I said, just because I don't agree with it, don't mean they stuff shouldn't be protected. So that's my viewpoint on that.
That's a good person. That's a good person to even say that, man. Just to even have that feeling for somebody else, because that's true. If you go into these other chats and you in those other chats and you're not saying what you know, you neutral. We don't ride with neutral people.
So, yeah, man. Really, that's all. That's what we doing.
I ain't saying nothing.
You really? Oh, now you ain't saying nothing.
I tell you what, I'm finna get back into the chat because I love my chat, man. I'm finna go back to the other side of the chat.
You are not gonna get off here until you give a salutation. So you can dial in. So say something to the chat. Go ahead.
Hey, lovely people, y'all keep doing what you're doing. Keep loving each other, learning from each other, honor and respect always.
I appreciate you, David, man. Much love, much respect to you.
Same here. Thank you,
David. Good to hear from you.
No sellout, you the funniest cat alive. And man, doodle. I am so glad to be in Texas with you. And I mean that, man, with all due respect. Your mind is one of the best minds I've ever seen. All BS aside, you are the best, dude. I learned so much from you. But I'm out.
All right, David, appreciate you, bro.
He just pulled a James.
Yeah, he just pulled a James.
I think I gotta read these over again.
What?
Man, he just.
I think I'm supposed to read these over again.
The show is over.
He said, I'm going to send Gabrielle Union to black acting school. I ain't be got no weapon.
I gotta do it again.
You're breaking up. You sound like a drunk Decepticon, Gabby. What's going on? Talk to me.
You are?
No, you are.
I am.
Sound like a drunk Decepticon.
That's not what a drunk. Okay.
Okay. These are my ears, not yours. Pamela Hall says, I can't take laughing too hard, David. Please behave. You know he don't know how to behave. You don't know how to, but we definitely appreciate you calling in, David. He was determined to get this show to last at 12 o'clock. He almost did it. So hurry up, Gabby. Hold on. Wait a minute. Yeah.
Do I have to read these over again, right?
No, you don't.
Yeah.
No.
Well,
No.
Gonna say, oh hell no.
For a second, I felt like LJ. Like, what the? He said no.
Hey, TMH, what did you put down?
Huh?
I said, "What you put down?" I put something down where he said no.
Man, look, I was about to
Let
pick
me
it.
put that back.
Look, I was about to pick it up. He's like, no. I was like, you know what? I'm good. I'm good. I don't need it. I don't need no more coffee. I'm good. Well, I said all I need to say.
Oh, Teddy jam for me. That's Ted. Yeah, okay.
Really? You have another one of those moments, Gabby?
Dum dum did it.
It says Frank. Oh. Anyway, Bones, it's on you, bro. I'm done. I'm gonna go on Merc.
Peace to the chat. Peace to the panel. James, Gabby, no sellout teammates. Appreciate David Corey calling in. And we're gonna leave out with this. The more and more we keep digging through this information together, the more and more layers we peel back to dive deeper into the truth on what really happened. But let's make sure that as we do this, that we do not forget to document what we do, that we do not forget to leave reminders on who we are, where we've been, and where we're going. And among all things, let's don't get so caught up in the information that we fail to apply it and use it to start putting ourselves back in position to where we're supposed to be. So on that note, everyone continue to have a very, very blissful day. Take some time out to work on some genealogy, talk to a family member, a neighbor, and until we link up again, peace.
Peace. Can y'all hear me? Can I be heard?
Warning, warning, warning. Hard hats, pickaxe, shovels, boots required.